This is Libby Road and the Sound Epistemology Podcast. You may recall on our last episode, in which I had a Street Epistemology interview with Heron Stone, expert on tactical language. I invited him to be a special guest in our Street Epistemology Clubhouse Room. This episode of the podcast is a recording of that room. You may also notice that this is a really long podcast. I recommend that you take breaks, drink some water, go outside, get some fresh air, come back. After tapping out at about 4 hours, I let the recording go on, and there was an interesting discussion after we left. I also wanted to remind everyone that visually, when joining the room, you were able to see a record button letting you know that the discussion was being recorded. And as you'll hear, we made sure to mention that. We've been having these discussions on Clubhouse at noon on Saturdays Pacific time, and we welcome you to join the discussion. I hope you enjoy the podcast. Let's get into it.
So this is the Atheism Club. We're promoting scientific knowledge, promoting street epistemology, be able to have better, more valuable conversations. I want to welcome David again, and Rupert and Heron as a featured speaker for the first time today. We have a couple of rules. Just keep it legal. Don't do anything that'll land you or anyone else in jail. So David Venegas is a musician, outdoor adventurer, and student of street epistemology who is interested in having productive conversations. He runs the Sound Epistemology Facebook group. You can follow them and join. And he also runs the Chapman Bay YouTube channel. So that's David Venegas. He's the one who hooked us up with this whole new series of talks on street epistemology. Just over a month ago, we had Reed Nice-Wonder and Anthony Magnabosco, the probably most renowned street epistemologists. Rupert is a filmmaker based in Portland, Oregon. He was born and raised in the UK, and his interest in street epistemology comes from his personal and professional practice of focusing on more effective communication. Heron Stone, he's been, I'd say, obsessed with language since, I believe, the age of 21. I was watching some of his videos. You can, I think, find him on, I just forgot the name of the Erdling YouTube channel. His aim is to raise the next two generations of Earth's children to be free from Paleolithic trance of language. And he will expand a little bit more on that. We were listening on the club earlier this morning, a video with him explaining a lot of his stuff, so we could be a little bit more prepared to ask questions and welcome him. So, Heron, welcome to the club. Welcome to Clubhouse and the Atheism Club. There's not much for me to say. I'll hand it over to David.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Alfonso, and we hope that your situation in your area there improves very quickly. Thanks for setting up the room, having us back. I'm really excited to have Heron Stone with us today. I really appreciate Rupert being here also. He's the one that's going to be, or he's been turning the knobs and pulling the levers so that I have a better opportunity to listen to what people are actually saying. So I want to send out my gratitude for that. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of my understanding of street epistemology so that everybody's familiar. I've whittled down my my spiel from about 2.5 hours down to about 5 minutes. So here goes. As Alfonso said, my name is David. I live in Olympia, Washington, near the southern shores of the Puget Sound, which is the body of water near Seattle. That's how I came up with the name Sound Epistemology. And you'll notice on my profile picture a ferry boat on that body of water, and that's what I'm interested in. A ferry boat is a method someone uses to arrive at a physical destination, much like epistemology is a method someone uses to arrive at a belief or a conclusion. So I'm interested in the solidity of your ferry boat, and more importantly, how you concluded that your ferry boat or that your epistemology is reliable. This is where street epistemology comes in. Street epistemology is a compassionate conversation tool that creates a space for us to explore the sufficiency of the reasons and the reliability of the methods our conversation partner uses to support a high level of confidence that a belief they hold is likely true. And we do this by asking questions that get to the core of the sufficiency of the actual reasons they're using to justify that high level of confidence in the belief. So it's not a debate, it's beyond debate, it's more of an inquiry. So instead of giving somebody facts about why they're wrong or telling them things that their logic is wrong, it seems to be rarely effective, street epistemology explores why they think they are right. Important aspects of SE are active listening, mirroring, modeling, steel manning, sincerity, honesty, clarity, and being charitable, while encouraging them to take a deeper look at their views and what causes them to be so confident. At the end of an SE conversation, ideally both parties will have a better understanding of the reason that supports the belief, and they have a better understanding of how their level of confidence relates to the sufficiency of the reasons and the methods that they're using. There are examples of these types of conversations online, tons of them on YouTube. Let me know if you need any more resources for that. I can definitely hook you up. I'm available to have one-on-one SE conversations if you're interested. I ideally like to record it and upload it so that we have more examples of productive street epistemology conversations with which people can learn from. So contact me either here on the back channel or on Twitter from my bio that you can read here on Clubhouse. And today I'd like to explore how Heron's work might overlap with street epistemology. We're trying to make street epistemology more mainstream and branch out, so please ask questions. And so I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Heron Stone, our special guest, so that he can help us learn more about that. Welcome, Heron.
Thanks, David. You know, the first thing that comes into my mind is I've heard the word belief, 15 times in the last, few minutes or so. And for me, belief itself is the great sin. I've got a lot of stories that I like about how I think, the world is or whatever. And I like my stories, and I'm committed to my stories until I find better ones. I don't believe any of the stuff I'm about to tell you. But what I do is I make conscious assumptions, and I try to operate on conscious assumptions, never beliefs. I don't see any even use for the word believe. I know some stuff, and I don't know a whole lot more. And I just don't, and I make a lot of assumptions. But I'm responsible for having made the assumptions that I operate on. I don't believe them. That puts the onus somewhere outside of me when I say I believe there's, that's something or other, that's out there and that's the way it is and I believe it. No, I assume all the stories that I operate on. So that was there. And let me maybe throw in something about what my basic operating assumptions are. You guys are probably all familiar with Descartes' cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. And the whole point of that was he was looking for an unquestioned starting point, something so obvious that he could start from that place and then build a philosophy or try to understand what's going on. But actually, that isn't the way. I mean, Descartes was a Christian, and so he wasn't starting from scratch, and that argument really doesn't work very well. But the question's really important, I think, is what is available to me to try to make sense out of my life or my experience? What do I have to build on? And so when I asked that question, for me, it became pretty clear almost immediately what is available to me. First of all, I've got my immediate sensory experience through a dozen or more senses. There's way more than just the big five that everybody already talks about. So there are a dozen or more subtle senses. But that's something I have. It's this immediate, ongoing, ever-changing flux of sensations. And even mosquitoes have that. Every organism, even trees, depending upon how you define your terms, have immediate sensory experience. So that's one thing that's available to me. In addition to that, the only other thing that I can find is I've got stories about my immediate sensory experience. And for instance, the whole idea of objective reality, that there's, this chair I'm sitting on is made up of atoms and molecules and quarks and stuff. That's a story. It's not a bad story. Science is based on this concept of objective reality. It's a good story, but it's still just a story. And this can get complex because we not only have stories about our experience, but we have stories about our stories, about our stories, about our stories. And you can get complicated very quickly if you're not paying attention to these things. So anyway, all I have is my immediate sensory experience and my stories. And this gets into the whole thing about agnosticism and atheism. Well, maybe I'll let that go we'll get to that later. I'm beginning to ramble here, I feel. Maybe, is there anything in particular you want me to talk about? Because I can talk for hours, but I usually ramble. So, David, do you have anything that you wanted me specifically to address?
Tell us about Gendo.
Oh, that! Yes, Gendo. Well, Gendo translated, a really more literal translation for it is a way of speaking. But I translate it as tactical language. And since all we have, like I say, is my immediate sensory experience and stories about my immediate sensory experience, these stories are constructed, built, stored, used in the domain of language. I do my thinking in English, there are other ways of thinking. I'm a musician and an artist, so I know I can think in music and I can think visually. That most of what people mean by the word think is this internal monologue that we have. We run these scripts through our head. So tactical language, Gendo, is about cleaning up the language in which we think. And, of course, English is deeply flawed. It's taking over the planet. So it's important, I think, that we clean it up. And you guys have heard that 5 stupidities stuff. That's 5 very specific either words or categories of words that impose erroneous, unconscious assumptions on our thinking. And as long as those assumptions are unconscious, then we are absolutely, captured by those assumptions. So one of the things I do is teach about basically reprogramming your language machine to eliminate the 5 stupidities. So that's what Gendo is about.
Great. I have a challenge for you, Heron.
Oh, good.
I was wondering if you were to be able to give us the elevator pitch version of the 5 stupidities, but before that, I want to bring Rupert on for a second. I totally forgot about his what he wanted to share and his role here, and I think that's going to help with some of the questions that I think we already have possibly from the audience. So I want to go ahead and pass it over to him. I apologize for the interruption, but maybe while you think of that elevator pitch, he can give us the Rupert. Give us all the Rupert.
All the Rupertisms. So welcome everyone to the room. Just want to go over what my role is today. I'm going to be the liaison between the audience and then the space up on stage here. What we want to do is bring people up one at a time, and then when your questions are answered satisfactorily, put yourself back down into the audience. I also want to point out to everyone that we have this back channel feature on Clubhouse now, the little airplane, and it just means that we can text each other behind the scenes while the conversations are happening. So if anyone's shy about coming up on stage and asking a question, feel free to send a little airplane or a little paper airplane to me with your question, and I can put it to the speakers, one of the speakers. If you raise your hand, and if you can just have patience, we'll bring people up one at a time, just so it doesn't get too chaotic. And then towards the end, what we will do is open up the stage, bring on whoever wants to come up and have more of an open conversation, but we're going to do it more interview style for now. So, yeah, please contact me on back channel if you have any questions on how things are running in the room, and if you have questions for the speakers. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Rupert. I just wanted to remind everybody that we are recording today. So just keep that in mind, and we'll try to mention that whenever we reset the room. So, all right, Heron, it's all yours.
Oh, thanks a lot. Well, listen, I guess one thing I would say is that I think we are at a turning point in Earth's history right now. And I talk about waking up from what I call the Paleolithic trance of language. And it's my understanding that basically human beings have really been entranced by the voice in their head for probably at least 200,000 years, and maybe a lot longer than that. And that's worked okay up until the last couple centuries. But it doesn't work anymore. We're entering into a new era of Earth's history, the establishment of the first global civilization. The age of nation states is over, and we're headed in a new place, but our thinking is 100,000 years old. And so one of my primary aims is to raise the next 2 generations of children to be free from the Paleolithic trance of language. It's quite possible for an adult to do that and to reprogram, but takes considerable amount of effort and time over, months to do that. Whereas if we raise children properly, they wouldn't have to reprogram later. So that's really, that's what I'm here to do, is to try and and it sounds so outrageous to even think that we could actually do something like that, to really change the fundamental programming of humanity. But with the tech and the tools that we have right now, like this room, and I don't think that's outrageous. I think we can actually do it. And so that's what I'm about, is to basically reprogram humanity's language machine. So I guess that's the elevator pitch.
That would be your elevator pitch for the 5 stupidities?
Well, that's for everything. The 5 stupidities are just tools. You can learn them, and that's important, and it's helpful. But the other, another. Did you hear what I just said? The other. Another way of thinking about this is one of my fundamental ideas here is about what I call breaking identification with the voice in your head. I say we've been entranced by the voice in our head for 200,000 years or more, but coming to this realization that the voice in my head isn't something I is doing, that it's something that's happening to I, that the voice, that what I'm saying right now, I can't sit here and think, well, what words am I going to use in my next sentence and put them in the right order? This just comes out of my mouth. I hear it about the same time you do. And so it's really about, like I say, most people literally are entranced. They think the voice in their head is something they are doing. They therefore believe everything that comes out of their mouth, when in fact it's just strings of words that have been created by my language machine according to its programming from my infancy and by the operating system, English in my case. So I think that's really the point. The 5 stupidities are just tools to use to bring a person to the awareness of, or to an awareness of the fact that the voice in their head is not who I am. It's just my language machine. Sometimes it's really good and useful, and other times it's toxic. But in neither case, even when it's very helpful, is it me. It's just my language machine running its programs, and I'm responsible for the programs that are running in it.
Yeah, sorry, Heron, I unmuted because it occurred to me that there's an element of mindfulness to what you're talking about, and I wanted to clarify the language machine. Would it be fair to say that's an aspect of us, and what you're suggesting is it's an aspect of us, a tool, if you will, but one that, in meditation we observe these different aspects that it's a part of your brain. There's Broca's area and Wernicke's area, and then there's the motor cortex that controls the tongue and the lips and the larynx and all that stuff. All that together, and again, in my case, because English is the operating system for that mechanism, that's what the language. And in Buddhism, it's referred to many things, among others, the monkey mind. I've been a meditator for 50 years, so meditation has absolutely been a fundamental part of my process. And primarily what it does is it allows you to break that identification with the voice, to sit and quietly listen to it. And actually, when you try to listen to it, it tends to shut up. And you get to experience your experience without this overlying monologue all the time. So meditation has been an absolutely fundamental part of my process. Thank you.
I was going to ask Heron, from my understanding, you've you've dug in a little bit, at least into street epistemology, and I was wondering if you could name maybe one of the ideas that's related to Gendo or any of your work. Which one do you think relates most with street epistemology?
Well, the first two of the five stupidities, the word "the" and reifications. I mean, as a street I prefer the word epistemologer just because I think it sounds funnier. But in any case, when you're actively having a conversation with somebody, knowing the five stupidities and not jumping on them when you find them, but taking note of them, and that can be a really powerful method for questioning, asking them, well, what do you mean by integrity, or whatever of these words, or is it really the way it is, or is it just one way of analyzing it? So the first two of the five stupidities, I think, are absolutely, well, all of them, actually, it would be valuable for anybody doing street epistemology.
Could you give us an example of the reification you talked about, the second?
Let me think how the easiest. Well, reification is, when I was a kid, I was taught that a noun, and everybody is going to know exactly what it is. What is a noun? A noun is a person, place, or thing. That was what I was taught. Everybody I've ever talked to has reported, at least an American I've talked to, that was what they were taught that a noun is. But actually, that's just not right. There are two kinds of nouns. One are called substantive nouns, nouns like iPhone and bedspread and fan and hat and, tree. Basically, substantive nouns are things that you can put in a bucket, even if it's a big bucket. You could put a mountain in a bucket if it was a big enough bucket. So those are called substantive nouns, things you can put in a bucket. But there's a whole other class of nouns like freedom, dignity, happiness, awareness, intelligence, responsibility, time, force, matter, space, energy. None of those are things. What they are relationships between things. It's fundamentally a different world, really, and yet they're classified as nouns. If you and I have a disagreement about my pencil, we can put the pencil on the table in front of us, and probably any disagreement we have, we can resolve very easily by looking at the pencil and studying it and doing whatever we have to do. But if we have an argument about democracy or responsibility, there isn't anything we can put on the table and examine, because that's not what it is. Responsibility, again, is a relationship between things. So, and the failure to make that distinction in English leads to endless silly arguments, especially in politics and philosophy. It's just a horrible amount of confusion that's generated because we don't make a clear distinction between substantive nouns and reifications.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I don't want to sidetrack too much, but
you're not sidetracking anything, man. Just
okay.
A conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. I had grade school in Mexico City, and our instruction was to, as far as what a noun is, it's a person, place, thing, or idea. Would you agree with that instruction? Would you recommend that, or
no? I would say, but again, see, to put those in the same category, I would say is just not really very useful. Yeah, an idea is what those, in a sense, what those reifications are. So you could say a noun, but if you're going to include such a wide variety, or those two really completely distinct ideas into a single category, then that category becomes useless. So I would say ideas needs to be removed from that. We need to have two maybe two kinds of noun, or maybe quit using the word noun. There are substantives and reifications, and just use those words. In English, instead of nouns, you throw out that word. There are substantives and reifications. They're all nouns, but they're entirely different order of reality.
And so the idea being that with the two different category labels, we have an understanding when we're using them that these aren't as definable as something.
These aren't things. And I'm not saying that reifications are bad or that we shouldn't use them. Science, absolutely, force, time, space, matter, energy, all reifications. But scientists define very carefully what they mean by those reifications. Energy, to raise the temperature of 1 centigram of water to 1 degree centigrade requires X amount of energy, and you define it by these substantives. So reifications are absolutely essential and useful parts of speaking, but it's fundamental to not confuse them with substantives.
Well, I do see that we've got some hands raising, and Venus Bob's been very patient. David, I'd like to start bringing people up one at a time for questions and comments. Are you ready to do that? And then what we could do is fill in, if there's any gaps, any spaces, we could ask Heron questions directly. Would that be all right?
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love to see a lot of people interested in this and wanting to ask questions. Let's go ahead and do it. And like you said, if we have a lull, we'll bring our questions back. So yeah, let's do that. I wanted to reiterate that I'm not going to be able to answer people's back channels messages right now. I'm really trying to focus on what people are saying. I would have you send any back channel messages to Rupert. So do me a favor and send your messages to him if you don't mind. Thanks.
Okay, so Venus Bob's been patient there, but I'm going to bring Robin up on stage because it looks like Venus might have stepped away. So, Venus, if you are there, if you wouldn't mind waiting until Robin's finished. And welcome, Robin. There we go. Go ahead, Robin.
Hi, Robin. Okay, I'm getting an impression. The question is beginning to take shape in my mind. No, I can't quite get it yet. You're going to have to use language.
So, Robin, we can't hear you if you're talking right now.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Now we can.
Okay. It took a lot of doing to get here. Anyway, I was going to ask. I love this distinction that you've made between the kinds of nouns. I think everybody sort of has an intuitive understanding of the sort of inherent error that we're going to find ourselves committing if we try to use them in the same manner. So I'm wondering, do you have a way of introducing sort of rules of grammar that allow us to properly identify the two as we're speaking?
Well, once you become aware of it, it can grow on you after a while. What I have students do is go to YouTube and listen to people they don't like. So if you're a liberal, I'd have you go and listen to Rush Limbaugh or somebody, and if you're a conservative anyway, and then to practice listening for reifications. And they're not that difficult. Actually, many of the reifications have clear noun or clear suffix endings: ence, ance, ness, hood, ty, cy. There are a lot of clear, like responsibility, happiness. Anyway, a lot of them have these really clear nouns or suffix endings that identify them. But once you practice listening to other people that you don't like, and just noticing them. What happens next is you begin to hear them coming out of your own mouth, and that's when the fun starts.
So what I'm asking, though, is there a sort of the problem I see is that because of our training, particularly the only one that I'm familiar with is the English language machine, right?
Yeah.
Is that there's this I don't know if you would call it equivocation or confusion between the attributes of I don't know the words that you use, but the concepts versus the substances, right?
Yeah.
So if I know there's a difference, and I want to steer clear of falling into the trap of using them in a way that's going to either encourage my audience to see the concept as a substance or something else, have you re-engineered the English language engine to adopt a grammar that allows you to continue using concepts? Because I love concepts and I like to discuss concepts with other people. Do you have a manner, a sort of grammar rule that prevents people from making that confusion or whatever you want?
No, there's no simple rule. I mean, except what I just said. Basically, the question is, can you put it in a bucket? If you can put it in a bucket, it's a substantive. If you can't put it in a bucket, it's a reification. And the thing is, it's not about a rule of grammar. It's just about an awareness of this distinction. And once you become, and that can require a little bit of practice to get that to be sort of automated in your brain. But once you've got it, you can't help but notice it, because you know it now. So, it's not about a rule of grammar. It's about an awareness about whether a word refers to something you can put in a bucket or not.
So, since you used it so many times, even in that last sentence, you've got your blah, blah, blah. We are treating concepts as substances in our language, and we've just sort of accepted that as a necessity. Is that what?
No, we're not even aware of the distinction. The distinction is, people, it's not that conscious. Again, people don't generate language consciously. It's being done for them by their what I call their language machine, and it just comes out of their mouth. There's no thought in that process. Even as I talk, I'm not doing this consciously. I've reprogrammed my own language machine significantly, but moment by moment, as I'm talking now, I have no idea what I'm going to say in my next sentence until I hear myself say it, because my language machine is generating this stuff for me. But like I say, my language machine has been significantly programmed. And so what often I do is I catch myself. I'll hear myself say something. Like a couple times I've caught myself already here using the word the inappropriately. And I changed it to a or an. And my language machine is pretty good about noticing stuff when it hears lousy constructions. Sometimes it's not important. This is another thing I need to be more conscious of explaining. What I'm suggesting is this kind of approach to language isn't for all situations. Basically, we use language for going to the bar with our friends and getting drunk, or writing love letters or poetry, or we use language for all sorts of things. But what I'm talking about is language when it's used in analytical or problem-solving situations. So this may only really be important for 10 minutes a day, but when it is important, it's absolutely crucial. But a lot of times, all these fine distinctions that I'm making are irrelevant. They only really count in problem-solving situations.
Thanks a lot for answering my question. I really appreciate your work and your neat tools that you presented. I really appreciate you, Aaron.
Oh, Robin, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. That was a really good interaction. Do you have any more questions, or would you like to move yourself back down temporarily?
I'm good, thanks.
Thanks, Robin. We'll bring Andre up. Some questions and clarification. Welcome on.
Hey guys, nice to see you. I really apologize because I might be in a dead zone, like coming in and out of the dead zone. So if I'm going to disappear, just let me know.
We'll do that. Thanks.
Yeah. So Heron, it was a very interesting proposition that you made, and I just have a couple of critiques and maybe some clarifying things I wanted to kind of work out. So. One of the things, and I think Robin sort of alluded to this, there is two distinctive attributes of things and words and concepts that we produce. One is syntax, and the other one is semantics. And it seems to me that by merging those two categories and talking about some physical nouns versus metaphysical nouns, there's a little bit of confusion in those two different categories. Because we're either talking about the function of a specific type of the word within the sentence and within something that we're trying to communicate versus what it actually means within like the greater scheme framework, whether we mean an object or whether we mean a concept. So could you clarify this for me, please? Are you not making the distinction between the syntax and the semantics?
Well, syntax and semantics are not words that have much use for me these days. I think, well, for me, I'm a little surprised at the question because for me, I guess it just seems so obvious that some words refer to things that are observable by my senses, and other words refer to relationships between things that are observable to my senses. And I don't see any need to go any further than that. So I'm a little puzzled by the question.
Oh, I see. Maybe I can clarify. So it seems to me that like there are two attributes that you kind of merge together, and they have completely different function in terms of its utility.
Well, anyway, two attributes that I have merged together. See, I'm lost right there.
Okay, so one attribute is syntax, meaning that we have different types of words, like adjectives, nouns, verbs, and they have different function in terms of trying to, transcribe a certain phenomena.
Actually, let me interrupt you for a second, because what I'm suggesting is that we need, as far as syntax, we need to add another category there. We need to make or divide the nouns into two separate ideas, substantive nouns and, say, abstract nouns, or what I call reifications. So reifications and substantives. That would be the change in syntax that you're referring to. So rather than just talking about nouns, I'm saying that is too general a term. It covers stuff that really doesn't belong in the same bucket. So I want to create a distinction between substantives and reifications.
Oh, I see what you're saying, but it seems to me that's where we're changing the category from syntax to semantics. Now we're talking about a different type of attribute that is attached to a word. So now we're not talking about its function within the sentence. Now we're talking about what it actually means and what type of things it describes, whether they're physical or metaphysical.
Yeah.
But those, I mean, this is two different types of attributes. It's like talking about the consistency of an object versus its, like its color. And you're saying that
we talk about stuff that aren't. See, again, the word "thing" I think gets to be a problem because I would restrict the use of the word "thing" to substantive nouns. I would say there is no such thing as love or dignity or freedom or honor or intelligence. Those are not things.
I mean, I can foresee sort of a pushback against that approach to the word "thing," because another person can come from a completely opposite direction and say, "Well, a thing is actually an object." So we should
that's
not
just
call.
what I said. A thing is a.
I missed
a substantive noun. Like iPhone or bed or fan or anything you can put in a bucket. That's a thing.
Okay, I see. So then, from a different side, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, go for it, man.
This is cool, yeah. So then the person can say that a thing in itself is not, it's really a...
Oh, his voice disappeared. Andre.
and you are applying it to something.
Andre,
which is
I missed your 30 seconds prior to that. Your voice dropped out, so I didn't hear it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, now you're fine. Yeah.
Awesome. So I was saying that the person can come up and say, "Well, a thing." Oh, am I going in and out again?
Yeah, just temporarily, but you're back now. So
okay.
Thing.
So a person can say that a thing in itself as a concept is a concept. It's not an object. So when you're applying a conceptual noun to describe a bucket type of object, you are necessarily committing the same faux pas as you're trying to avoid.
Can you what he's getting at there? And by the way, Andre, dropped off.
I almost get what he's getting at.
Let's see.
But go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, Andre, if you can come back and make your point one more time, that would be helpful.
Yeah. So you're using metaphysical noun to describe a category of object nouns.
You said I'm using a metaphysical noun. What does that mean, and what metaphysical noun am I using?
Great. Thing is not an object. Thing is a concept.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Thing is a reification. Yes, and your voice is, we've lost you again, Andre.
I'm so sorry. I was discussion. So,
yeah.
Can you hear me
now? No, this is not working. Sometimes people, if they leave the room and then come back in, sometimes that corrects things, but I can't understand you now.
Yeah, Andre.
Is this better? Oh, sorry about that. Is this better?
It seems to be, but then you...
Okay.
But it's always better for a couple of seconds, and then it goes bad.
Yeah, so it seems that now what you're doing, you're actually doing what you're trying to escape. You're using a concept which is not an object, to describe a category of objects. And so that's when things become confusing to me. Because I totally understand the distinction that you're making between the conceptual nouns and physical nouns, right? Yeah.
Well,
sure.
Yeah. Well, between things you can put in a bucket.
But we already have semantics for that.
Yeah. This ain't working, Andre. This ain't working.
Yeah,
okay, I'll try to get out and come in against you.
Yeah, try that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'll let you back.
And I love your questions, man. This is kind of deep, though, and I'm not sure that we can really resolve this in 2 minutes. Okay, so I would invite you to come on one of my rooms sometime, and we'll have an in-depth conversation of this. By the way, I'll just throw it out there. I do a couple rooms a day here, Gendo tactical language, and in which I usually do just one-on-one conversations with people. So, Andre, I invite you to join me there anytime, and we can pursue these things.
Oh yeah, I'm following you. Is this better? Is this better quality, guys?
It is now. We'll see how long it lasts.
Awesome. So, did you get what I was saying earlier? When you're basically using a concept, a noun versus an object noun to describe a group of objects, which seems to be contrary to what you're trying to achieve with the project that you're involved in.
Yeah. Well, I don't see it as contradictory. I see it as maybe problematic and worth discussing, but certainly not contradictory. I think saying that there are words that refer to things, like tire and fan and, chair. And there are words that refer to relationships between things, and that those are two very distinct categories. And I don't see that that's much of a problem.
Oh, I see. So, because then I would retort that we already have semantics to deal with those set of problems, and I would not see any reason to overcomplicate the syntax by distinguishing the
you say we have these, but the fact is 95% of people, 95% of the time, live in a language-induced hypnotic trance. Nobody is aware of They don't choose their words. They don't think about whether they're using nouns or substantives or reifications. The stuff is just being generated by their language machine. It comes out of their mouth, and they accept it.
I see.
So you're right. You've studied this stuff and have some opinions about it, but you're a weirdo.
Thanks. I'll take it as a badge of honor.
Of course, that's exactly what it is. You've studied this stuff. How many people do you know that have studied this to the degree you have?
I mean, I think it's becoming a much more widespread interest.
It is, yes. Language
thankfully.
In the past 10 years is beginning to be a subject. I mean, here I am talking about it here. So this has changed dramatically in the last decade or two, and I'm expecting this to become far more pervasive in the next decade or two, where language will be recognized for the power that it exerts over us.
Cool. I'm definitely going to follow you. I'd love to have some more conversations about this. But
yeah,
this actually, it's a nice transition to my next topic that I would like to bring. So I heard you, and this is what I would like to clarify. Like when you said that, the way we use language or how we use language, rather, right now, is not very effective. And you're talking about changing the language and therefore changing sort of the psyche of the people who are using the language. Is that what you...
Well, I'm not talking about changing the language. English is just fine. What's important is that we change the way we use it.
So application of the language itself, and therefore influencing the psyche.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with reifications. They're essential. They're powerful. They're wonderful concepts to be used. But if you fail to distinguish between a reification and a substantive noun, you're just in confusion. So it's really about using language consciously rather than being used by the language.
Oh, I got you. So you basically you're trying to make sure that the people are the masters of their expression rather than the expression is the master of them.
Absolutely, that's well put. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Thank you, Andre. That was great engagement. I want to. First of all, see if you have any more comments, and remind people in the audience, raise your hand if you want to come up on stage and make a point or ask a question. Go ahead, Art.
No, I mean, I'm going to think some more about this. This is an interesting type of concept. And I'm sure I'm going to see Heron around. We usually go to the same room, so we'll talk about this. Thank you guys for having this.
Thanks, Andre.
Thank you.
This might be a good time to remind everybody that we're recording, just in case you just have the audio on and are listening. And this also might be a good time to let everybody know that we've got some other awesome special guests coming up in this room, noon Pacific time on Saturdays. Next week, we've got Mark Solomon scheduled to come on. He's one of the people that are writing the Street Epistemology course. He has a lot of conversations online, and he also runs a podcast. The following week, we've got our Australian friend Michael Mead, a street epistemologist in Australia. The following week after that, we've got our Russian friend Rom scheduled to come on, Street Epistemology in Russia. And the week after that, September 4th, we've got Jenna Belk from the ACA scheduled to come on. So we've got a lot of really good special guests coming. So just wanted to throw that out there and see if there's any other questions that we've got from the audience.
While the audience raises their hand, I had a bit of a question. I'm just too self-conscious. I shouldn't say a bit of a question, right? I have a question. And it's, Heron, have you thought of doing something like stories or short narratives as a way of probably doing NLP, like neuro-linguistic programming, to change the way we use language so we can have some resources available for children or even adults who want to get their mind, their what's it? How do you call it? Their language machine working better.
Yeah, I'm putting together some a curriculum to teach this stuff. I'm not in any particular hurry to finish it, but I'm getting close to being done. And I expect within the next year or two, I'm going to open up a kind of online school. I'm particularly interested in reaching parents of kids under the age of 8, because like I say, it's possible for an adult to reprogram their language machine, but it takes considerable effort and a little bit of time and work to do that. Whereas if we're raised properly to begin with, then we don't have to deal with that. So I'm really interested in creating teaching materials for parents. And then there are other audiences that this is appropriate for too, but that's the one I'm most focused on. And I suspect within maybe even this year I may have that done. But like I say, I'm not in any hurry. Language is still somewhat of a fringe topic, but it's way more commonly talked about now than it was 10 years ago. And I expect in the next 5 or 10 years it's going to become far more important, and people are becoming more and more aware of it. So I think the audience will be there, but I'm not in any hurry.
Thanks. I had we have someone with a question, so I'll save it for later.
Yeah, thanks, Alfonso. How do you make...
Neat. My question is to you, Rupert, that I understand the two distinctions you're making. Now, a chair, this should be in your substantive bucket. A chair would be something that you can point to. The word God is a reification because it's nothing you can point to. So what is the problem with atheism? Is it that they are not interested in reifications?
Well, I don't think I talked about a problem with atheism, or maybe I did. Like I say, I find it depends on how you define atheism. I mean, technically it means an absence of belief in a God. But my experience with most atheists is that that's not how they take it at all. They take it as a belief in the absence of any God. And that seems to me unsupportable. In that definition of atheism, I just see it as another belief system. It's as dumb as Christianity I better shut up and not use words like that. But I find most belief, and again, it's belief itself. It's not religion that offends me. It's belief that offends me. So atheism, to me, is just another belief system. Agnosticism is the only reasonable place to be. I simply don't know the actual ultimate nature of reality, whatever the hell the word reality might mean. I don't know. I've got some pretty good stories that work okay. I like my stories, but I certainly don't believe them. So, I consider myself a sort of radical agnostic. So atheism just doesn't work for me unless you take it merely as an absence of belief, but that's the same as agnosticism. So there's not even any need for the term atheism and agnosticism, because they, depending on how you define them, they're the same thing, merely an absence of belief. But if you believe in the absence of God, then you're just another believer. I don't know if that's an answer to your question or not, Mead.
Well, what it is bothers you about belief? Because belief is substantive, because you can point to beliefs when
you can't
people bring up their beliefs.
No, I say point to. I mean, can you put it in a bucket? You cannot put a belief in a bucket. You can write your belief on a piece of paper, and you can put the piece of paper in a bucket, but that's not a belief. That's a piece of paper with some ink stains on it.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're laughing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mead.
Mead, do you have another question or point you want to bring up with Heron?
Well, apparently not.
Are you there, Mead? Yeah, go. Well, Alfonso, you had a second question you wanted to bring up. Mead, pop yourself back down in the audience. Thanks.
So, Ali Shojai Fard, I hope I'm saying his name properly. We had a conversation. He was back-channeling me about a talk we had a while ago where he agreed very much on the notion of belief being a demonic force of human consciousness. And I pushed back radically. I don't know if Ali, if you want to come up and talk about it. And I pushed back because of our Street Epistemology approach, where we allow people to use the definitions they like to, and we want them to feel comfortable with. So what do you think about the notion that language is constantly evolving and changing, and the cultural uses of language are so relative to different spaces? I mean, and greatly, in my experience on Clubhouse, when I encounter people from, religious, spiritual people, and atheists who are, so an atheist normally will give you a very concrete, short, rational statement or answer. And a spiritual person or a theist will always be a lot more poetic and into metaphors and alluding to emotions. So there you have a bit of a barrier, I think, perhaps an epistemological barrier, because they come from another. Their mind is in another dimension almost. And if you talk about, the vernacular of London, of the east side of London, of West Coast, East Coast, I don't know, you have such differences. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, yeah, English is really a divergent group of languages, really. I mean, the difference, like in Hong Kong and Singapore, English is, an official language. In India, everybody speaks English, or many people do, and so English is really divergent right now. But my sense is that it is converging, that in a few decades, or certainly in 100 years, I mean, it's going to take a while to play out, but my sense is English is coalescing. I prefer to call it earthling now. Actually, the word English I find not really very useful anymore because, screw England. That's irrelevant. English is the language of Earth, and I see, and especially now with the internet, with all of us talking to one another, we're influencing one another, and the vocabularies are changing. Language is always changing. I mean, you go back and read Shakespeare. That was only a couple hundred years ago, 400 years ago, and it's difficult for many people to read. So language is always changing. But my sense is that language is emerging as the global language, earthling, and that it will sort of coalesce over the next decades into something that's more coherent than it is right now.
Okay, we have a question. Oh, there we go. Ali's here.
Hi, I don't have a question. I disagree 100% with something that your guest says about the language, English, probably more than 6 billion people on the population of human beings, they don't speak in English, and English is not their native language. And when you're talking about the epistemology, you should have some kind of contextual approach. And this is the matter of inception. When you are saying that there are some meaning for each word, and you have a vocabulary, you have a language, and people use it in some way because of the inception. Inception comes from some information, some observation that people gather in the history of human beings, in the history of our life, and we have something. For example, when I'm saying that close your eye and think about elephants, I put something in your mind as an elephant. Probably the picture that you have in your mind is different than the picture that I have. And that's the point. When we are talking about the epistemology, our approach should be independent of the language. And it is dangerous when you are saying that English is supposed to be converged, and this is the matter of, for example, atheism. People very easily use the word belief and something like that. And we had a radical conversation in another room with Alfonso and many people. Why? Because they don't think language in the sense of contextual setting. You have a context, and that context can be filled by some information encoded in inception. The inception generates some subconsciousness and consciousness for us. And that one allows us to talk, to speak. And I think this is very important note. I don't have any question.
Thanks, Ali. I don't have much. I think I would invite you to come and join me in one of my rooms, and let's have we're bringing up deep stuff that can't be addressed in a matter of a couple minutes. I'd be quite happy to have a deep one-on-one conversation with you about this, though. So please join me in my Gendo tactical language room sometime. I do a couple of rooms a day here usually, so I'm easily talked to. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. If you want to move yourself back down to the audience. If anyone else...
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll pop you down there.
Yeah, you just touch your own picture, and you have the option to move yourself to the audience.
That's good for future. Sorry, Ali, I deprived you of getting to do that. If anyone else has a question, otherwise, David Alfonso, have more questions for Heron. So if people want to just raise their hand as questions and points come up.
I had a question, and I hope it doesn't turn into too much maths. But I was curious, Heron, you refer to 95% of the people, 95% of the time are in the language-induced trance. I was wondering how you arrived at 95%, or if...
I made it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been around a few years, spent a lot of time observing. That's my guess. Maybe it's only 80%. Maybe it's 95, 98%. I don't know. It's just it's just a statement to get people's attention.
Got it. Do you think there's a way to find out what that percentage might be?
Oh, probably. I mean, when I get a chance to talk to people, I can get a sense. Well, the thing is, see, I'm entranced by my own voice often. But the thing is, I go in and out of it relatively quickly. Whereas before, like when I was in my 20s, if my girlfriend broke up with me, well, man, I'd be lost in a story for 2 weeks or a month, just constantly blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, what a tragedy life is, and on and on. And I'd just be totally entranced by this dramatic story going on in my head. Nowadays, I'm pretty happy most of the time, and occasionally I notice that I'm tense or angry or fearful or something's going on. But now what I do is the moment I notice that I'm not happy, and that's fundamental too, is being aware of your own internal state. But as soon as I notice that something's going on, I stop and I listen to what's going on in my language machine. And almost inevitably, I find I've gotten sucked into some stupid story that's really sort of dumb and doesn't have much to do with anything, but I've gotten momentarily caught up in it. And the moment I see that, it just dissipates. So instead of being locked into a story for 2 weeks or a month, I'm locked into a story for a few seconds before I extricate myself from it. Occasionally, I'll find that actually there's a real problem going on, and that my language machine is going around in circles about something that I really do need to attend to. But when I notice that, then I switch into a different mode. I switch into problem-solving mode, and rather than just this internal whining about stuff, I start figuring out what the problem is, how can I solve it, what do I need to do to rectify this situation, and that's a very different state of mind.
So part of arriving at 95% is your own experience of finding yourself in that state. Yeah. Well, and just observe. It's just like I say, I make up statistics. A lot of times when you want to get somebody's attention, you would need to say something sort of dramatic to get the conversation going. I'm not attached to 95%. I don't think that's inaccurate. I think that's, probably a useful figure, maybe. Maybe it's not. I don't really care. I just want to get the conversation started. Can I throw out a hypothetical?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. If we had some sort of means of gaining knowledge about the actual percentage, and it turned out it was 50%, what would that mean for?
Well, it would mean the world's not nearly as fucked up as I think it is. I know if it was 50%, I'd say, well, good. So let's get it down to 2%.
Okay, so would you say that one of your goals is to lower that percentage rate?
My goal is to, like I say, for me, the difference has gone from maybe a month sometimes in certain circumstances where I'd have a story. I'd wake up in the morning where the story picks up right where it was going yesterday. And now it's not more than a few seconds. So it's inevitable that we get swept up in our internal monologue at times. But when it becomes toxic, it's really helpful to be able to stand back from that and examine it. And I think, I think that, and I don't think that's difficult to do. Once you get the idea and do a little bit of practice, it becomes pretty easy. So I think that would be really nice if the vast majority of human beings were no longer entranced by the voice in their head.
We touched a little bit on mindfulness and meditation, and so you're talking about this as a practice, and I think it's such a beautiful connection to make, because what I found from my own practice is that really we're talking about observation, but would you lend any insights as to things that one could put into practice to raise the awareness of the language?
Yeah. Well, certainly meditation. In the course that I'm going to be teaching, I've got actually two different. Again, I'm not going to be using the word meditation, but two practices that people can do that appear to be a kind of meditation, sort of. But one of the first. Most meditators, when they first start, their whole concept is to quiet the mind. They don't talk about shutting down the language machine. They talk about quieting the mind. But I find the word mind, mind is one of those reifications. And that's so broad and so vague. When people use that word, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But I like to talk about the language machine, specifically the voice in our head. And meditation, for me anyway, was absolutely crucial in identifying that language machine. Because when you're told to sit down and quiet your mind, you go about 2 seconds before you find yourself thinking about having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch, or what somebody said yesterday, or what I'm going to do after I quit doing this boring meditation. And so right away you're faced with this internal monologue that just seems to go on and on by itself, and you can't even stop it. So meditation is an absolutely crucial tool in becoming aware. Again, most people are simply not aware of it in this sense. I mean, they just are sort of swept up in it. They think it's something they are doing.
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah, I love that distinction. So sorry, David, I kind of hijacked your maths question.
Oh no, I was done with the maths, but I have another question that might involve maths for Heron. I was wondering, because in Street Epistemology, we try to figure out the relationship between what somebody believes is true and their behavior. So I was wondering if in the 5% of people in the 95% analogy, the 5% in people that are not entranced, how is their behavior different from the 95% of people?
Damn, that's a good question. I'm not sure I have an answer for it. My sense is, well, they're less provocable. You know, if they're not totally attached to the voice in their head, then they're going to be slower to react to things. They're going to take time to observe and withhold judgment or talk. And I think everybody's really different. One of the things I've found with the students over the years is that they go in very different directions, not necessarily even the directions I would have preferred or anything. But, yeah, I'm really just interested in, like I say, breaking the identification. What they do after that is, at least it's their own conscious choice. And if they choose things that I don't understand, then that's okay. I'm not even sure I understand the question, really. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I can maybe rephrase it. And this might be a better way of asking it, actually. How has being aware of the entrancement affected your behavior? Do you have an example of how your behavior has changed now that you're aware that this is happening?
Yeah. Well, my life has changed dramatically through different phases in my life. I'm pretty much a hermit these days, and I really like it. I like spending time alone, and that works really good for me. And I used to have a lot of anger in me, and that's mostly, almost totally gone now. I mean, I can get upset at times, but it's really rare. And also, for me, maybe the biggest thing, I'm 75 now, and in the last 10 years, I've become the happiest I've ever been in my life. And it really, first of all, it was a surprise to me that I've lived this long, because I never really expected to ever get this old. And I never ever really expected to be this happy either. And to a large extent, the happiness, I think, results from an acceptance of the mystery of everything. How can I say this? Yeah, I mean, I used to the fact that I didn't have any words to explain who I is and what's going on in the world, I desperately wanted answers to all these questions. And the fact that I didn't have answers really pissed me off. And that was part of the anger, and part of the confusion and the anxiety was I wanted answers to all these questions, and I didn't have any answers. And now, after all these years, I've really sort of come to peace with the mystery. I don't know what the word I actually refers to. It could be any number of things, depending upon who you're talking to. But I'm okay not having answers to all these questions. In fact, I love it. It's like really liberating to just say, I don't know. And I think that's the biggest thing that's changed in my life. And this is just in the last 10 years, because before that, I sort of knew this stuff. But it was just, it was different. Somehow, all of a sudden, I'm really comfortable with the mystery of existence, and I can't think of anything that's been more important. And that's certainly been related to my work in reprogramming my language machine.
Great, thanks. We talked a little earlier about some overlap that Gendo has with street epistemology. I was wondering if you had another example of an overlap there.
Well, I just think it's a good tool as a listener when you're having a conversation with someone. If you know about the 5 stupidities, and of course you don't want to jump on somebody, but you can gently ask them questions. Well, like when they use they talk about the truth or the reason something happened. The word this is so common. It's the most common word in English, and it's actually wrong about 95% of the time, or 90% of the time. Something, whatever. It carries this exclusive assumption about that there's just one truth, or there's only one explanation for what's going on, or one reason I did what I did. And so gently asking people about that, when they say, this is the reason I do something. I mean, it's not always appropriate. I mean, everybody's different. The questioner is different, and the person being interviewed is different. So just being aware of these, though, it gives you avenues and places to explore about what they really mean, especially and with reifications, when they use those kind of words, to ask them to define those words. But that can be a problem, because generally speaking, they don't know what they mean by those words. And if you ask them 2 or 3 times about different words, they often can get upset and feel sort of cornered when you keep asking them what they mean, because the fact is they don't know what they mean. So you have to be very careful with these kinds of questions. But I still think these would be really valuable tools for a street epistemologer.
How did you, what made you start thinking about this stuff?
Oh, that's a long story. I don't know. You've heard that story probably about the girl in the bikini in the liquor store in 1967. Alan Watts is the guy who got me on this path, and basically I had this sort of blinding realization when I was 21 that I didn't have a clue who I was or what the hell I was doing or what's going on here, and I never really recovered from that. I mean, up until that moment in time, I was interested in girls and cars and television and marijuana. I had no metaphysical or spiritual or anything like that. It was just of no interest. I wasn't even aware of things like that. But after running into Alan Watts, that was the end of my previous life. I realized I didn't know anything, and I was committed to try to figure out what the word I actually refers to. And that took over my life and has taken it over ever since then for the last 54 years.
And so that got you maybe seeing the world differently and thinking more deeply about who who the I is that people talk about? Is that kind of...
Well, it totally changed my life. Like I say, I didn't have a philosophical bone in my body. I never had even questioned what the word I was, or who I am, or what I can do, or what I can't do, or what those had never even emerged in my language machine. Of course, I didn't even have the term language machine. I just never thought about any of that stuff. I thought about girls, TVs, cars, and marijuana. Those were the only things that concerned my thinking in those when I was 21. And and after that, I added epistemology. So it was sex, drugs, rock and roll, and epistemology.
When you mentioned, and I might be putting words in your mouth, but you mentioned a relationship between your relationship with anger and then exploring language further. Can you talk to us about coming from the place of having the relationship you did with anger and how that inspired you to explore language and how you connect?
Oh, the whole thing came to me not because of the anger, but it was because of this realization that I didn't have a clue who I was. I mean, actually, I don't think I was very angry at the beginning. The anger began when I first woke up. After several years of meditating and searching deeply to try and figure this stuff out and not getting any answers. I think maybe I haven't actually thought about this before, what the source of my anger was, but I think it's partly related to this searching for answers and not finding any that satisfied me. So, and I'm not sure I understand the question you're asking, so maybe you could ask it again.
Well, I'm coming at the question because I came to my meditation practice because of the relationship I had with anger myself. And you mentioned no longer reacting to the anger and using anger a little differently because of now your knowledge of tactical language. And so I was just curious about the role that anger had played for you before.
Well, it was basically just a disruptive force in my life, an unpleasant experience to have all this anger, and I could explode, something could happen, and like if my computer didn't work right, I could start yelling at it, at my computer, screaming, going on and on, all the tension. I mean, anger is an unpleasant experience. And, yeah.
Sure, and then, sorry, go ahead.
No, no, you go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious about moving from, or if you could talk to us about moving from that reactivity state and how you...
Well, like I say, now I think before I was when I was entranced by the voice in my head, there wasn't a me separate from all of that. So it's like I just was constantly sort of in the process of whatever was going on. And I wasn't really able to observe it and see, oh, now I'm angry. I mean, I'd just be angry. Or oh, now I see I'm becoming fearful. No, that process didn't occur. It was just I'd be fearful, or I'd be angry, or upset, or anxious, or whatever. But there wasn't a part of me that was observing myself becoming angry. And I think this is part of what meditation did, is that, like I say, I'm pretty happy most of the time, but occasionally I notice something's going on. I'm not happy. Why am I not happy? I'm angry, I'm fearful, or whatever, but I notice it almost immediately now, I mean, within seconds, whereas before I didn't really notice that I was angry. I was just angry, but I really wasn't in a position to say, oh, I see, I'm angry. I was just angry. But now I see it and I notice, okay, something's going on. And then I know, like I say, most of the time, just simply noticing that ends it.
Sure. And then, so you've raised your awareness of when anger comes up for you, and you've taught yourself to observe what that experience is like. And as you say, observing it quickly dissipates it, ironically.
Yes, isn't that interesting? It's like listening to the voice. That's part of the process that I'm using now with the students, is that having them actually listen to the voice in their head. Well, as soon as you start listening to it, it tends to shut up.
Right, and so then, so it sounds like you've used Gendo, the tactical language exploration, as your way of exploring, okay, is this really deserve my getting angry about? Or can you talk to us about what that conversation with yourself or maybe with a journal was?
Well, like I say, sometimes if I'm sitting here and there's not much anger left in me. I mean, there is a little bit, but I do find myself getting anxious at times about something or other. But the minute I notice that, it switches. It's into a different mode. It's into a problem-solving thing. If I'm anxious about something, what am I anxious about? Is there something I can do about it? Is there nothing I can do about it? Do I just have to accept it, or can I change it? So it's different than just sort of being anxious and, this voice going around about, the monkey mind and all that stuff. So the thing is that now, as soon as I notice that I'm not happy, I listen and I hear what I'm saying, or what my language machine is saying is a better way of saying that. And really, just being in that attitude, listening to my language machine and getting that voice isn't me, it's just my language machine running some of its scripts. That usually, probably, I don't know, some huge percentage of the time just ends the whole thing right then and there. Unless there's some actual problem that I need to attend to, and then that ends that rambling stuff, and I switch into a problem-solving mode, and that's okay too.
Thanks. That's great.
Those are good questions, Rupert. Thanks.
So I'd love to invite anyone from the audience with a question or a comment for Heron, and then put it back to Alfonso. And sounds like Tanya's going to join us here. Welcome, Tanya.
Hello, and I apologize in advance because I feel like just for myself, I'm not sure if I have a question or not, and it's a bit jumbled, but bear with me. And I'm only jumping up here since no one else has for a while, so I figured if my rambling non-question, if that's what it turns out to be.
Thank you, Tanya. You're a brave soul.
So what I'm wondering, at first I came in just because I've seen your room a bunch of times, and I've been curious, I've been curious what exactly you're on about, and even in today's little overview, I've been trying to decide how to bin you, what category of sort of what goal and how you're approaching.
Listen, I'm still working on that.
Right, but I have some options, and I was going to see if any of them fit with you. Yeah. Right. So there's the meditation and lots of areas of sort of therapy. So meditation has become a common type of therapy in general, and cognitive behavioral therapy and such, where then there's also a whole history of philosophy and thinking about how, what is real and what's not, how much is, a false picture of reality that we've constructed, what's the difference between what we perceive and what we believe and what is real. So there are all of these angles to sort of approach these questions. And I guess if I were going to characterize your project, I would put it in the camp of projects that sort of have noticed that the world isn't necessarily how it appears to us, and that part of how we might end up having this perception of reality, and now I'm using this word generally, right? Our perception of reality, how things seem to us, the story we're telling, the
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt for just a moment? Because one phrase you just used is one that I think is significant. You talked about our perception of reality. And to me, that's like the first big error that we make, is we make a distinction between our perception, and we make this assumption that whatever it is I'm perceiving through my dozen senses is caused by something out there, some reality that impinges on my nervous system, giving me some experience. And I don't have a problem with that as a story or as an assumption, but that's just a story. The idea, I would just say my experience. I wouldn't say my experience of reality. For me, the word reality. Okay, well then.
I'm not on a different page from you so far then, because I'm just trying to capture this idea that there is an experience we have, and if just
something's going on.
I have an experience.
Yes.
And most of the time, most of us, for those simple examples, right? Right now, my experience is that I'm in my kitchen and I can see various objects in it, and that's going to be like I'm in an objective external world and I'm part of that world, and I have the cognitive apparatus
But that's not your experience. That's your story about your experience.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
fine. So I think that is the cause of my experience, and so.
Wait, what is the cause of your experience?
Pause on that question, and if you still think that's the main point, it's going to be a thing that throws us off, we'll come back to it.
All right.
So,
listen, I like the way you're handling me. Thank you.
So I'm just starting with the fact that we have experience, and then we have a tendency to treat our experience as directly given to us from the world. Like it's a product of the world, it's caused by the world, and we have a story about how that works.
Yeah.
We open our eyes and we see the world as it is sort of our common sense narrative. And then a lot of that is also going to apply to not just our simple, what you would often call our perception of reality, where I am right now, what's visibly in front of me, what I'm hearing, but then to the more complicated things, like why did Steve do that? And, what is a good society? And, so there are these complicated things. Is there a God? How should I act? What's normal? Can I go outside without makeup on? I remember you talking about this in the room the other day. So there are all these things where you just have this is how it should be, this is the way I am, this is the way the world is, that is sort of built up, and we don't think about how did we get to whatever this experience we have is. And so there are a lot of frameworks for helping us to reflect on this experience that we have in some really important way constructed, even with the most basic stuff. So if you take courses in perhaps psychology, but especially if you're focusing on perception, just the way that we put together info coming in through different sensory modalities. There are all sorts of neat illusions where, when you look at a person speaking, and you're using your visual information about the shapes their mouth is making affects what you hear. And so if you mismatch video and audio, you can get neat audio illusions.
Yeah.
So some of these kinds of things reveal how much of our experience is constructed. It's constructed by or a product of what presumably some external world, the kind of cognitive apparatus we have, the experiences we've had, the culture we live in, and the habits of mind we tend to engage in. And so getting into language seems to be like a set of habits of mind. And now I want to pause here so I've set up there's this common family of approaches that sort of start with the world. I could have stuff massively wrong. I'm building an overly simplistic picture of the world. My experience is actually a product of a complex of things that I have no awareness of. And if I can start to sort of examine those things, I have the ability to have more degrees of freedom in how I am in the world, and I'm going to start using words here that you might object to, like what I believe or the story I'm telling myself or whatever. And so I'm curious how your focus on, especially on things that we do with language, where we often oversimplify, how that can shape the habits of mind and our thinking and how we think about ourselves in the world. Is that something, are you familiar with other, like, say in philosophy, there's a lot of focus, if you take critical thinking classes on fallacies. Here's how people might manipulate you or persuade you with, fallacious patterns of reasoning, and if you spot them, you'll have more control over being manipulated. And if you go to a psychology class, you'll learn about cognitive biases, and you can sort of explore the ways in which, again, you might be manipulated by, or just not thinking, oversimplifying your thinking about complex stuff. Or if you go back to the 20th century, early 20th century, philosophy of science, they wanted to have a precise language so that, especially like substantive nouns, only map onto empirically observable objects. And we cut out all reference to stuff you can't measure and have this nice, neat, perfect language. So hopefully that will improve our thinking and our ability to do science and our confidence in claims to knowledge. And I'm curious, and then there's also philosophical counseling is a thing. So you can realize, like, let's say you believe a lot of things about, are you a perfectionist? Well, explore the underlying arguments you would accept or beliefs that you have about the standards you ought to hold yourself to. And if we do that, we can see, these are invalid arguments and these are unfounded beliefs. And so maybe that's a way you can let go of this way of thinking about yourself and what you need to do. And I was just curious if you would connect the way, your goal, and how you're approaching it with any of these kinds of traditions of sort of waking up in different ways.
Oh, is that all?
I'm sorry.
Well, Tanya, once again, I would invite you to join me in one of my rooms where you and I could have an extended conversation where I can interrupt you, and because there's so many things you've said that I wanted to stop you at and question and examine, and I was trying to keep track of them, and now they're all gone. All I can say is I'm pretty much in agreement with almost everything you said, but some of the language you're using, I would question. But essentially, I think you and I are pretty much on the same page, except there are some ways you're talking that I would suggest you change. But
I have a follow-up about that. So I admit this is part of a larger conversation and hard to sort of boil down into a short interaction. But so as I'm listening to the kind of approach you're talking about, some of the things strike me as like I feel inclined to object to something. But I'm not sure if I fully understand what you're committed to, such that I'm not sure if I'd want to phrase it as an objection. But here's an analogy. Oftentimes we teach students fallacies, and then they go out into the world and they just see fallacies everywhere. Like, you can't appeal to, and fallacies are complex, or more complex than they often get taught, and it's not mere pattern recognition. So just identifying, take a simple example of ad hominem. Merely pointing out that somebody has referred to the person instead of an argument, it's often going to be a fallacy, but sometimes facts about a person are relevant if the conclusion is about that person. And then so there are going to be lots of cases where it looks similar to a problem but isn't. And then I wonder that too about language. So when you use a the or a reification, I sort of wonder if you're sneaking in substantive philosophical assumptions into, so is the problem reifying abstract things, or is it just when we're talking about the kinds of things you could put in buckets, there aren't quite as many problems for communicating as there are when you start talking about the kinds of things you can't put in buckets. And it's not that you shouldn't reify things, but that you shouldn't oversimplify them. So if we talk about something like intelligence, it's not just one thing. It's a complex of things, and we often try to come up with some measurable way of putting it, but to mistake that for the thing we're actually interested in. And so, intelligence, presumably, or at least possibly, is something real, but it's not a simple thing. And so the problem here is oversimplifying and not necessarily treating as if it's real. And I wonder if a lot of times when you call it, so often when I'm speaking, someone's like, what do you mean, the truth? And I don't think that objection, it's rarely helpful, because I can usually give some sort of thing where we can agree on enough to have a substantive conversation where we're talking about the same thing. And that's a shorthand that can be confusing if you don't realize, if you mean something you don't, but we only need to be as precise as is necessary to communicate.
Yeah, and remember I talked earlier about, what I'm talking about isn't necessarily useful in most human conversation, actually. It's really only designed for problem-solving and analytical situations. When you're out with your friends at a bar or you're writing a love letter to somebody, this stuff is not really applicable. I mean, it might be, but it's only really important. And you're bringing up so many interesting ideas, and it's just really frustrating me because I can't even remember them now because it's just one after another, and I want to say something. That's why I really want to have a conversation with you where I can stop you and ask you what you mean by this. The word "real" is really rubs me the wrong way. The word "reality" just, for me anyway, the word reality simply means whatever I'm experiencing at this moment, prior to language or any kind of analysis. That whatever I'm experiencing, that's reality. If I'm experiencing bugs crawling all over my skin, it's irrelevant whether there really are any bugs crawling all over my skin. If I'm experiencing that, that's reality. To talk and the explanations about my experience, that's all in the domain of language and quite different. So for me, the word reality merely means whatever I'm experiencing. So, yeah, like I say, you've brought up so many really interesting but deep subjects that I'm really sort of at a loss for words.
Well, apologies, because I think that can be sort of annoying if you just give a wide-ranging and don't stop. But I was trying to give a sketch of the kind of thing that I'm saying before we get hung up on a specific word. And I guess the kind of objection that I wondered about, which maybe after or within a longer conversation maybe we could talk about again sometime, is that I wonder if some of the things that you are saying are sort of choices about how we should use words that come with substantive philosophical commitments that we can disagree about without being induced by I forget how you put it, but something language.
Well, I'm stunned at the complexity of your syntax. You speak in a really intense way that I find very attractive, but requires a lot of interaction to sort these things out. Because in one of your sentences, there are like 5 or 6 places I could go with some of that stuff, and so I'm really, like I say, I'm sort of at a loss. Could you ask a question in like one sentence, or make a comment? It's only maybe 2 sentences without too many commas in them.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you can put it on a Post-it note, maybe that's where it belongs. That's my only defense.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. These ideas are difficult, complex, and that's part of the struggle for me, is trying to talk sensibly about this stuff with the fewest possible words, because it can get so dense that it just gets lost, And that's something I've been struggling with for years, is how can I talk about this stuff with people who haven't read Wittgenstein, or, who just aren't used to complex sentences with, multiple connections and things. And I think this is definitely possible. I think I've come a long way, but sometimes it really does require complexity to talk about it. And and you just jumped into the middle of it.
Well, I appreciate the conversation. I'm going to move myself back to the audience. As I sort of said before, my goal was just to sort of figure out, big picture-wise, what kind of goal and what kind of theory that you have in mind here and how it connects with other things I'm familiar with.
Okay,
so it's really a rather selfish kind of thing to come up and ask.
Wait a minute. When you talk about my goal, I mean, I can talk real clearly about that.
I know. I got the goal part, but that's why I was curious if it was something more continuous with meditation or with philosophy,
well,
with precision of language.
It's not either or. It's all of that. Yeah, it's all of that. And again, it also has to do something I haven't talked about, but about how I view Earth itself. I'm not an evolutionist, for instance. I don't think Earth is evolving. I think Earth is developing. I think it's headed somewhere. In fact, I see Earth generally as a living organism going through a kind of metamorphosis right now. That's a rough analogy, but it's the best I can come up with. And that Earth is headed somewhere. It's going through a sort of transformation right now, and that it's almost complete. It's sort of like when a caterpillar turns into a butterfly. Well, we're in that process right now, and language is one of the fundamental factors that is changing dramatically. But I mean, that's a big picture when you start talking about viewing Earth as a living organism undergoing a metamorphosis, and that we humans, from that perspective, are like embedded systems, like the neurons in my brain. If you were to address any one of those neurons, they probably don't have much idea about the conversation you and I are having. But I'm going to confuse myself here if I go on. So anyway, Tanya, you and I have a lot to talk about, so let's do it sometime.
Well, I'm really grateful for you coming up, Tanya. This is, I know there is a lot to unpack. There is a lot that you're saying, but that's the beautiful part about conversation. And I think this tool as well, the tactical language, and I like the distinction you made, Heron, that really it's applicable for problem solving versus just daily conversation.
Yeah, that's crucial. And I often forget to mention that. People think I'm suggesting that you have to be thinking this way all the time. I don't think this way very often at all. I mean, my life is very simple now. I don't have many problems. And so I almost never concern myself with this kind of thought.
For the record, I was interpreting it as problem solving and still think that sometimes, and again, this isn't an objection, just it seems like there might be one in the vicinity or something to be, careful of, is that when problem solving, precision of language depends on the problem at hand. And sometimes we can sort of, basically, I'm just tired of people calling me out for, what do you mean by the X, when I'm not assuming some complex thing that we aren't all in agreement about in order to have our conversation. And that seems like, you can sort of, by banning certain kinds of things or always being aware of them, you have not you personally, but one can sort of sneak in substantive philosophical assumptions that maybe this sort of undermine your ability to problem solve in this situation.
I want to ask Tanya, have you had a street epistemology conversation with a practitioner?
No. And actually, that's how I ended up in this room last weekend. Just what is this thing, street epistemology? And the only thing I know is that it is associated with, I always get Peter and Paul Boghossian mixed up, and whichever one wrote the satirical paper recently is the one associated with street epistemology, and that's all I know. And so I came in to see, what is this thing?
I think it would be an enjoyable exercise for you to go through, because for me, what draws me to it is that there's room to, rather than be criticized for the language you're using, offer further clarification. And I want to further invite you to contact David. I know he would love to have a one-on-one with you to go through the SE practice with you. I think you'd really enjoy the experience.
Yeah, were you here at the beginning of this room, Tanya?
Yes, I was. I've been here the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, we can set up a one-on-one whenever it's convenient for you. Just get a hold of me and we'll do it.
So thank you again, Tanya, for coming up. Jason just came up on stage with us. I want to open it up for him, or for them. Sorry.
Hi. Also professional philosopher. Also curious what this street epistemology thing is. I have to say, if I'm being totally honest, hearing the kind of pitch of like doing a session with Tanya kind of creeped me out. Sort of sounded like Scientologists like offering to give you a personality test. Not saying that's what you're doing, just saying that's how it felt.
That's funny. Yeah.
Now, my question was to Heron. You mentioned what you thought about the Earth, and my question was, why do you think that?
Oh, I just make this shit up. I've read a lot. If you look at my bio, you'll see a link to my bibliography. I've done extensive reading in a lot of areas. I think it's a reasonable assumption. I don't believe it. It's just the best story I can come up with. That's all. It really just works very well for me, and I think it's justifiable. That's all. I made it up. So most epistemologies aim at truth, or if not, at least something close enough to the truth to be frequently practicable. Is this a notion of kind of working for you that just has some emotional valence that doesn't sort of get hung up on whether these things are true or not, or is this orthogonal to your practices with language and so on, and it just so happens you also have this cosmology picture, and you happen to believe it because what the heck? I don't believe it. I assume it. It's just an assumption I make. I certainly don't believe it.
So is that that stance? Is that a typical stance
for
that
me,
one takes in your epistemology?
Well, for me, belief itself is the great sin. I try to operate on conscious assumptions. That's a world of difference between believing something and assuming something, and consciously making the assumption.
Yeah, there's an accountability there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I have to accept responsibility for making the assumptions that I make, whereas when I talk about believing in something out there being that way, then it sort of pushes the thing out there away from me, that it's really this way or that way, and I reject that.
I think a lot of philosophers would say, taking a stance of, well, I'm assuming this, I'm assuming that, I'm assuming this and this and this. I don't know if any of them are true. I'm not saying they're true. They would say that is a shirking of your epistemic responsibilities. That's not attempting to know the world.
Yeah, many people would say that. I think they're wrong.
Well, they think you're full of shit.
Well, that's fine. I don't care. They're a bunch of brain-damaged language monkeys. What do I care what they think?
Because maybe they're secret vampires. I mean, I don't know that. I don't say I believe that, but I'm going to assume that they're secretly vampires and that they're going to suck the blood out of you for having such a reckless position.
Well, if you make that assumption, you're welcome to the consequences of that. That's not an assumption that I'm making. So I'm just assuming they're all a bunch of brain-damaged language monkeys, and my experience has been that that's generally true. Not always. Sometimes I'm wrong, and then I have to change my assumption.
Can you clarify?
Well, this brain-damaged language monkey is going to retire from stage.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Jason. I did want to clarify your definition of that brain-damaged language monkey. Can you go a little further with that? Because obviously it's quite an offensive.
Oh yes, it's as offensive as I can possibly make it. Well, when we have English imposed on our nervous system, it actually affects the wiring of our brain physically, and since English itself is flawed as the operating system for my language machine, it ends up in my brain being hardwired in certain ways that need to be reprogrammed, and that's what I mean. And language monkey is just my offensive term for humans. Basically, we're monkeys, but the one and only thing that actually distinguishes us from any of them is our abilities with language. We are language monkeys. That's the difference between us and bonobos and gorillas and any other species on this planet. And brain damage, yes, literally.
Yeah. And the damage being unaware that it's running us and that it's.
Well, I mean, literally, like I say, our thought processes are hardwired. I mean, luckily our brains are quite malleable, so they can be changed. But if English is running natively in your language machine, you are a brain-damaged language monkey. I am a brain-damaged language monkey, but I'm in rehab.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction to make, that it's salvageable, because it certainly, I'm sure, lands quite offensively for most people. I'd like to welcome Leela on stage.
Hi, this is Leela. Wow, interesting conversation. I almost feel embarrassed to ask my question, but I just can't help it. And it seems like, I don't know, maybe it's relevant. It's funny because when I first got onto Clubhouse, I didn't write a bio for a while, and then my friend who nominated me encouraged me to write one, so I looked at his, and one of the things he had on there was like ideas for conversations. And so on my bio, my first idea for a conversation was to imagine that this thing called the Babel virus had wiped out human language. And, what would that look like? How would we communicate? And I guess, I kind of just want to ask Heron that question. And if we weren't damaged by the language, what would we do? What do you think?
Well, wait a minute. You're saying without language, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, but we'd be monkeys. We're monkeys then. That's all. We feel like any other monkey on the planet. It would be the end of civilization. Okay, the end of technology. We'd be essentially bonobos are our closest relative.
Does that mean that the thought then is you can't have thought without language?
Yeah, thought. Well, there are multiple. Like I say, I'm an artist and a musician, so I know I can think in music and art in other ways. But thinking in language is really the unique thing about humans. So without being able to think in language, there's still, obviously monkeys and even dogs can think, but they evaluate their situation and find creative solutions often. So they're capable of thinking, but without linguistic analysis, that limits it severely. Like a dog probably can't plan what it's going to do tomorrow. It's pretty much structured around what's happening right here, right now, within the scope of my sensory experience.
So language then is required in order to plan?
I think so. Well, maybe not. No, it's not as clean and crisp as I like to portray it sometimes. No, because clearly animals. My dog, a long time ago, it did some amazing things that really stunned me and still stuns me. So, no, it's just that language is just so pervasive and so important. Without it, it would just be a different world. That's all. And just to what extent it would be. Certainly, like say, monkeys can think and plan. You know, it's just.
Do you think that beings that do not communicate with language that they communicate?
Well, it depends on what you mean by language. I mean, what is there to communicate? I mean, when we talk, you know, I'm blowing air out of my mouth, compression waves in a fluid medium, or people who do sign language. Actually, that's a real interesting language because it's probably better suited to almost everything than spoken language because it's 2 or 3 dimensional, whereas speaking is 1 dimensional. So.
Right. Well, I think I just mean the human language, the English, the earthlings.
Talking, yeah. So what's the question then about it?
Is language required to communicate?
Well, no. We have body language. I can communicate you when I smile at you or frown at you or take a certain body posture. So we can communicate without language, but it's just somewhat limited compared to what we can do with language.
And I wonder, Leela, can I clarify, are you talking about a language reset, or are you talking about a language annihilation?
Well, in my fantasy, yeah, it's this great annihilation of the English language, of language in general, human language, which I find to be cumbersome and confusing and frequently is used against us.
Yeah.
And so I have this, it's just a fantasy of, the Babel virus coming along and wiping out human language, and we would have to start over. So, more of a reset, but how would we learn? How would we do it?
Yeah.
And maybe it would be more metaphysical, that we would learn to communicate in other ways, directly in some way, but I don't know. I just wanted to ask Heron the question.
See, I don't think that language itself is the problem. The problem is the way we use language and our understanding of language. I don't see there's any problem at all with English. Reifications, the word those are all useful. The problem is we don't understand really much about how language actually functions. And so the problem is not that English is, I say it's flawed, and I call it the 5 stupidities of English, but it really is about the 5 stupid ways we use language inappropriately. So, language is fine. We just don't know how to use it very well yet.
I think that's another beautiful and really important distinction, that it is the use of rather than the language itself.
Yeah, the word "the," like I say, is absolutely essential. It seems, though, that it's incorrectly applied about 90% of the time. But the word "the" is absolutely essential. If you, go blind in one eye, well, you might go blind in the other one, not another one.
Back to street epistemology, one main aspect to remember is definitions. How are we using the language we're using? And typically with an SE conversation, if the goal is to better understand the reasons why somebody is confident that their conclusion is likely true, we ask for their definitions because we're trying to figure out, trying to meet them where they're at. We ask for their definitions so that they have a better understanding of how they're using it to support their belief and their confidence. So
yes, and
this is another.
And reification is a perfect point at which to begin those questionings.
Right. Yeah.
Jason's got his hand up too. He wants to come back up, and if he.
Yeah, I'll just bring him back up. I didn't want to shut Leela down, though, in case...
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I wanted to make... Leila, would you like to...
I'm good. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason, welcome back up. And then Rodrigo had his hand up a little bit ago, so we'll bring him up in a minute here.
Yeah, 2 questions. One, are you saying you have a problem with the indefinite article? I'm sorry,
no.
you have... Okay.
It's the definite article that's the problem.
Definite article is problem.
Yeah.
So don't use definite article.
No, I'm not saying don't use them. I'm saying they're appropriate maybe 5 to 10% of the time. Usually a or an is more appropriate. The implies an exclusivity that is unwarranted most of the time. If I tell you to go out into the garage and get me the green chair, how many green chairs do you expect to find in the garage?
Well, I would expect one, but if I knew there were more, I'd know that you were just it was a misspeak.
Yeah, you know that my language
was,
otherwise I'd say go out and get me a green chair. So the word "the" implies that there's only one. Otherwise, I wouldn't say get me the green chair. I'd say get me a green chair.
But, I mean, it doesn't mean one. It means a definite number. But
no, it means
because
one.
There could be
the green chair.
The 3 horses.
Okay.
The refers to exactly
right.
3.
Then that means there are, in fact, 3 horses. Yes, you're right. But generally, it just means one. But you're right. It could mean more than one.
Yeah, we don't decline our articles. But if we did, there would surely be a plural. You're right. But again, I'm just concerned with the assumption of exclusivity that comes with the. When you talk about the truth, or the answer to a problem, or the reason you did something, that has an underlying assumption that there is only one truth, one reason, one explanation. I mean, okay, but why is that something dumb about the language?
Well, no, it's not. Well, it's dumb about the use of the word. I say the word "the" is perfectly appropriate in some circumstances. It's just not appropriate in other circumstances, and it's certainly not appropriate when you talk about the explanation for something that happened. I mean, if you want to narrow it down,
can be if there's one explanation for what happened.
Well, sometimes, but it depends on how complex you want to do your analysis. Because whatever you land on, there are probably some explanatory factors behind that you're just ignoring. So, like I say, I'm not going to argue about this point.
All right. I mean, like if I hit my thumb with the hammer while trying to nail something, the explanation of me shouting is hitting my thumb with the hammer.
Okay. In that case, yeah. Like I say, I'm not saying the word "the" is always wrong. I'm just saying it's usually wrong. There are times, if you go blind in one eye, you might go blind in the other one. That's perfectly reasonable.
And the second thing, the question of asking people to define their terms, I'm all happy with that. I think that's an excellent tool, and that rational debates or conversations should include that. But it sounded like it was a stance that some of the people on stage were saying they sort of posed to their interlocutors as you define your terms. And I'm wondering if that's not something that you yourself commit yourself to, particularly in the process of the debate or of the conversation. Because otherwise it sort of seems like you're sort of standing back and saying, I've got all my terms worked out, you're the one who's suspect. But, I think rhetorically it's more effective if you share, and intellectually it's more honest if everyone does it.
Yeah, right, absolutely. If you have a question about a term I'm using, you should definitely ask me what the hell I'm talking about.
So I just want to do a time check-in with everyone. I'm really grateful with the way this conversation is going today. We had some really good contributions. What I'd like to do now, I'm going to go through and invite probably everyone that's in the audience up on stage. And cool. You're welcome to come up. Please do self-regulate, and please give each other turns to talk. I'm going to have to leave, and so you'll be sort of moderating yourselves. But Heron, I'm really grateful for this conversation and everyone that's contributed today.
I've had fun. I love this. So thanks for inviting me.
Thanks, Rupert. Thanks for all you do to make these rooms run smoothly.
Thank you, Rupert. We'll see you next Saturday.
Thanks, everyone.
Sorry, I'm climbing a hill with my bicycle on my back right now. But just wanted to remind everyone of the rules. We have a couple of very simple rules. Don't do anything illegal. Nothing that will get you or anyone else in trouble. And we do embrace silence, or in the Street Epistemology way, the pregnant pause, I guess. They're not exactly the same, but if the room goes silent or quiet for a little bit, don't feel it's an awkward pause. We're just embracing the moment to think and ponder about what's been.
I love silence. Thanks for saying that, Alfonso.
I have another question for you, Heron. This is Leela.
Yes, Leela.
And I hope it's not off topic, but, you know, I appreciate everything you've been talking about and you know, this misuse of our language, or, you know, a lack of understanding of how to properly use our language. And I guess I'm curious, and maybe it just doesn't matter, but if you have thoughts on why that is, how that happened.
Why? What happened?
Why we don't use our language properly.
Oh, well, we don't use our language at all. Our language uses us most of the time. And I think it's a historical thing. I think language, I mean, one of the things in linguistics is there's no generally accepted theory about even how old language is, where it came from, anything. I mean, nobody has any concrete, generally accepted theories about any of this stuff. I have my own theories. And I think language emerged from our navigation system, that any animal that has a home base, like a wasp who lives in a hole in the ground out in the desert, has to have a navigation system so that it can find its way back to its hole in the ground after a hard day's foraging. And and what a navigation system does is labels certain significant sensory things, you know, like the big black rock or the bush with the red berries on it or whatever. And the wasp has to be able to identify these things so that it can find its way around, find the water, get back to the hole. All that stuff is part of its navigation system. And it seems to me that's a really good starting point for what language does. So my sense is that language is ancient. For humans goes back, well, before humans, I mean, at least 200,000 years.
But Heron?
Yeah.
You would admit, right, you don't believe any of that.
No, of
you
course
just
not.
assume it.
Yeah, right. These are my stories. That's all. Yeah. I invite you to consider them. And, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leela.
I was just saying I like stories. Please.
Oh, well, that's it. Is that my sense is language has emerged from our navigation system. It's ancient. It goes back. I mean, at which point it becomes language as opposed to just the standard navigation system. I don't think there's any one point where you can say, this is language now. So it goes back probably millions of years. I mean, Australopithecus, you know, probably certainly had a navigation system and lived in groups and was able to navigate their environment. And lived with other ones. So they had some sort of language. But again, see, I think that's one of the big differences historically, is that language is pretty good at dealing with substantive nouns. It's good with rocks and rivers and water and trees and bears and caves and food, you know, and that kind of stuff. I would imagine 50,000 or, even 50,000 years ago, there wasn't much need for a word like integrity or wisdom or unconsciousness or any of those. These are relatively, all these reifications, I think, are a sort of recent add-on to our language machine, and we're still not very good at dealing with them.
So is your position that we've kind of reached this point in language that now we're having to refine it in some way? I guess I'm just trying to, I don't know.
No, the language is okay the way it is. We just need to understand how it actually functions. And my sense is, one of the ways I talk about this, although it's a little far out for me, but is that we are verging on an outbreak of what Buddhists call enlightenment. I think that that's what we're going to see in the next 20 to 40, maybe 50 years, is that there's going to be a kind of outbreak of what some people call enlightenment. And part of that is this breaking the identification with the voice in our head and having some understanding of how language actually functions, and that being a general property of the population of Homo sapiens. That we are really kind of a new species that have been emerging over the last 30,000 years or so. But the only difference is not physical difference. The difference is the way language functions. And that, yeah.
Is there a way to tell once we reach that point?
Well, yeah, but I'm still trying to figure out how to talk about this stuff. I struggle with this. One of the analogies I use is that in 1800, Volta created the first battery, but he didn't have an iPhone, and there wasn't even a word electricity in 1800. There were a lot of folk tales and stuff about rubbing this to that and stuff sticking to other stuff, but there was no adequate language to deal with electricity. It took 200 years of thousands of weirdos around the planet doing strange experiments and inventing new language more precisely tuned to the observations they were making. So now here we are in Clubhouse, and the only difference for electricity between 1800 and today is we now have adequate language to talk about that stuff. Electricity hasn't changed, but we have better ways of talking about it now that give us power. And I'm not quite sure what that's the answer to, but that's what came out of my language machine.
I guess it sounds like what you might be saying is if we have a better way to use language, if we have more accurate terms or maybe new terms that we can use, that would be a demonstration of the goal being met?
Well, it'd be helpful. Like I say, this isn't a new word, but I put the words language and machine together for the language machine. And I think that's really useful because most people talk about your mind. And frankly, that word is so abstract that when I use it, you can bet that if you talk to 10 people, they have completely different ideas, or whether they even have an idea about what the word mind actually means. But when I talk about the language machine, that's very specific, the voice in your head and the structure of the language that's running there.
It's very specific, but it's also very wrong. I mean, mind may be vague, but at least there's a thing we know that we have this thing, the mind, and then we struggle to say what it is or how it works. But, I mean, like, we know what a machine is, and we know that's not what our mind is. And, I mean, yes, there are some philosophers who think that, but most, I think, don't. And as a result, like, precise but wrong is still wrong.
Okay, well, you're welcome to your opinion, Jason. I'm not going to argue with you. Look at all the people on the stage. And Jake down there, I love your image.
Heron, I have a question. Do you have any core beliefs? I mean,
no.
You have no set of core beliefs?
No. I have some core assumptions that I make, but I don't believe them. They're just the best stories I've been able to come up with. They work for me, and I'm pretty committed to them, but I certainly don't believe them.
But you don't assume that those are just assumptions. You believe those are assumptions and not beliefs.
Jason, like I say, you got your point of view. It's quite different than mine, and you're welcome to it. But I'm not going to, play. Listen, Jason, if you'd like to come on to my podcast or my room here sometime, I'd be happy to have an in-depth conversation with you. But in this room, that ain't going to work. You and I should have a private conversation. I'm open to that.
Maybe it would be helpful.
Actually, two.
Go ahead.
My first one is my connection okay? I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, great. My second one is, exactly when does the brain damage set in your view? If it's not language use itself, then
no, it is
a specific way of using language?
No, it is. Yeah, it's when we get, from the moment we're born, our parents start yakking at us. And they're doing it in English, which has some deep structural flaws and ambiguities and things. And as that language takes shape in the brain, as the brain is developing, it gets hardwired in there. And but it's language specifically.
Okay, but it's not language in general. It's this specific language, and perhaps
all
of it.
Every language
Sure.
that's studied has it. Yeah.
But is it because they are language, or just because it just happens to be historically the case that they all have more or less the same problems? I guess what I'm asking is, could we aspire to a language that does not cause brain damage and perhaps future generations?
Oh yeah, well that's
or
what
is only climbing back up to the trees the only option?
Yeah. I don't think you were here. I think I mentioned this earlier about Earthling. One of the projects I'm doing is debugging English, and I don't call it English. I call it Earthling. It's a debugged subset of Wild English. It's designed for clear thinking and accurate communication, for problem solving and analytical situations, not for writing poetry or getting drunk with your friends at the bowling alley. But English minus the 5 stupidities is where that starts. And that would be very helpful to raise children with a coherent language.
I see. No, that's very helpful to me to understand, because then it's very easy to locate the way you're thinking within the history of philosophy. It's very much what early linguistic philosophy about 100 years ago was all about. They were basically just debugging English or German.
Yeah. Wittgenstein
I don't know how
had
far they got.
huge influence on my work. Wittgenstein, absolutely changed my life.
Yeah, no, I like debugging, professionally and philosophically.
Yeah.
Can I ask, you used the word ideas and language, I think, in your description. Which one came first?
I don't know. It depends on what you mean by line. Again, I don't see a really clear line of demarcation between our navigation system as it operates in a wolf or a wolf pack and language in human beings. I see there's really a gradient of behaviors. So what actually you mean by language is somewhat flexible, and ideas is a reification, and I'm not quite sure what that word actually means. If not, to me, I would say an idea is a string of phonemes in my language machine. But you could define, again, I'm a musician, so I know I can have musical ideas that don't involve language. So it just depends on how you want to define these terms for the purpose of a given discussion.
I was just going to accept your definition when you used them earlier.
Which one was that?
When you said the language evolved from direction seeking and then kind of metaphysical ideas. I think you used the word wisdom, I think, if I'm not mistaken, although I haven't got total recall. I was just going to assume that.
Well, yeah, well, you can assume anything you want. And, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how to answer your question, really, other than what I said. If you want to ask it again or tweak it a little bit, I'd be happy to try again.
I'll think about it.
Thanks, Rob.
Heron, do you think it would be helpful if you gave us your definition of belief or believe?
Well, I think I did.
that belief sort of puts the responsibility outside of me. You know, it's like it assumes that there is some sort of objective reality out there independent of me or anything, and that when I believe, I approach this pre-existing thing out there, and I either believe correctly or incorrectly something about the nature of this thing out there. But there's this thing out there that I'm believing in. But for me, an assumption is that I have some experience, and I'm looking for some sort of explanation or other. And so when I make some assumptions, okay, like I can assume that there is some sort of objective reality out there. But that's an assumption. That's not an experience. I don't experience objective reality. I experience whatever I'm seeing, hearing, feeling, etc. The idea of reality is a story, an attempt to make an explanation for what I'm experiencing. I mean, I dream at night and I experience all sorts of stuff, but there isn't any stuff there, but I have the experience anyway. So, like I say, the idea of objective reality is sort of built into this concept of belief, and the idea of objective reality, like I say, that's a story. It's a good story. Science is sort of based on it. It's a great story, but it's still just a story.
May I ask you that? Oh, yeah. Well, when you say that it's just a story, I mean, where is it a story?
In my language machine.
Making the story. I mean, presumably when you say that it is something, you're saying that you're making some kind of existential claim.
Well,
unless you're saying my story is that it's just a story.
Well, of course it's my story.
But if I'm to take it as actually just a story, there has to be a world where it's just a story. And then it's not just a story. There is a world, an objective world.
Jason, you know, one of my degrees is in philosophy, but the way you talk is a good demonstration of why I left philosophy. I'm sorry, man, but like I say, I think you and I could have a very interesting one-on-one extended conversation. But in this particular place, I don't know how to deal with the words you're using. So I'm sorry.
Heron, if I may, the way I think of these stories is the human story, and it's quite common. I think we differentiate ourselves a little bit too much. And I like to quote Donald Hoffman's idea of how we all have an interface.
Yeah.
That we all have the same computer. It's just the software that's kind of varying. But even the software is very similar, right? And the way we can make this sort of measurable is the human sensory experience that is limited to a range of wavelengths, of colors, of sound waves. So that's why I would agree. That's the story that I would be sharing. You know, what my senses and my intellect, through those senses, through the knowledge and my interaction with my peers, that's the story I'm creating. That's how I would relate to that. And then I do have trouble myself with philosophy. I really find it rabbit holey, right? Because you hear people from all walks of life attack each other with the same arguments, and so I've left religion and made science more or less my religion, because that's telling me the story I want to hear. I want to hear how instruments are measuring reality, and they're telling me, you know, a story that if I don't follow, you know, if I don't use soap, if the doctor doesn't wash his hands before operating, could infect me.
Yeah.
So these things are the stories that are very relevant to me, and I don't know if this clarifies a little bit.
Well, I go along with you. I think, like I say, science is the best story we've come up with so far. But I don't believe that either. Like I say, the whole idea of reality I find highly questionable, unless it's just referring to my immediate sensory experience. So, but like I say, science is the best story we've got currently. I suspect it's going to change dramatically in the next few decades. I mean, a couple thousand years ago, science reduced everything to earth, water, fire, and air, and that was the best they could do 2,000 years ago. And that was okay. It dealt sort of, with the world they lived in. We have a very different model now, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few decades the scientific model, is as different from what we currently have as what we have now is different from earth, water, fire, and air. But we'll see. I hope we'll see.
We had a room titled "Is Random Possible" last night because of this claim that people make that how can consciousness or life emerge from randomness, and that was posing a little bit along the lines of what you're saying, the story that science is evolving to know. What we know now is completely magical and unexplainable for people 200 years from ago. And that goes along with what you're saying, right? The tools for measuring reality, for predicting reality that we're going to have, decades or hundreds of years from now.
I got to stop you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you're talking about reality, really we're predicting our experience, not reality. Reality is a linguistic construct. All I have is my experience, my immediate sensory experience, and we're getting good at predicting that, but I don't think the word reality is warranted in that kind of a discussion.
Yeah, I guess my problem is I do have flexibility with defining words, so I would, in the context of this conversation, I would say, the reality I'm talking about is my story because of the way science uses human tools, human senses to measure. So it is a story, but it is a common story.
Don't we have to push back a little bit on that statement? Because take, for example, the story that you're calling science. It's not my experience that I'm measuring. It's a collective experience. It doesn't matter whether you're doing the experiment or me. We get the same data. Therefore, I would say it is actually more than just my personal experience. It's actually a collective experience, which I think we can call reality.
Well, you could call it reality. I wouldn't. I would just call it our collective experience. But, again, that's a choice about how we're going to use language.
So what's the difference between collective experience and reality in your mind?
Well, again, collective experience puts the responsibility back on me or us for doing experiments and publishing our data and comparing it and all of that. I don't know. It just seems sort of intuitively obvious to me, the distinction, and I'm kind of at a loss.
Hey, Heron.
Yeah.
As a philosopher, I think you can't say, I'm just assuming. I think you have to have evidence.
I'm not claiming to be a philosopher. Go on, though. You were going to say, I can't base anything on my own assumptions, and I would say that's all I have are my own assumptions. Anyone who claims they have more than that is lying.
And
hey.
So what about reality as a structure of beliefs and collective experience as a structure of assumption?
I don't know how to answer that. Ask that again. Say it again.
So, reality, so to speak, as a structure of beliefs, So a sort of putting beliefs together in a certain way. And collective experience, as you're talking about, as a structure of assumptions.
Well, like I say, for me, the word reality can't mean anything other than my immediate sensory experience at this moment. This is what I'm experiencing. I have the temperature in the room. I can look out the door and see the trees. I can hear your voice. All of that's going on in this sort of ongoing rush of sensory data. That is what the only possible thing that makes any sense for me for using the word reality. I mean, you can choose to define it any way you want in a given circumstance, and that's okay. But for me, generally speaking, that's the only reasonable use for the word reality.
Is that an assumption or a belief?
It's an assumption.
So, in order to have my own so how would you how would you label the consensual agreement upon belief?
Belief or assumption?
Belief.
Well, I call that mass psychosis.
And assumption?
Well, just that, an assumption.
What would you call a consensual agreement upon assumption?
A conscious assumption among a group of people. I mean, you could make up a word for it if you want. You know, you could call it anything you want. An ooby-doo. I don't know. Yeah, but that seems to me like a sort of stable, good place to start, is we get together and we make a series of assumptions and we check them out and we all agree, okay, when we use this word, this is what we mean by it. Not because that's the way it is, but because we assume responsibility for making this assumption and never forgetting that we made that assumption.
What's the difference between that and a presupposition?
Not much.
So once you have these presuppositions from that, you basically can, I guess you can say, experience reality, knowing that the foundation of reality is based off of things that you presuppose.
No. See, you're using the word reality different than me. For me, reality is whatever I'm experiencing through my dozen senses.
I know, but for you to make sense of anything you're experiencing, it has to be based off of your presuppositions. Otherwise,
yeah, but making sense is not sense data, is not reality. That's just, again, making up stories, which are very helpful.
No, what I'm saying is, as you assess the world, the assessment...
I don't assess the world. I assess my experience.
Okay, well, I'm assuming you live in a world, right?
Well, no. I mean, you can assume that. I'm saying I have experience.
Yeah.
That I live in a world is a story. That's not an experience.
I don't understand what you're saying. So, do you experience the world you live in?
No. I just experience the colors, the sounds, all of the stuff that's coming in through a dozen senses. That's what I experience. Whether that's a world or not, that's all a story.
No, I said, do you experience the world you live in? Because the sounds and the colors and all that, do they exist in a world?
Not in my story, they don't. They're just experiences. I dream. I have a dream, and I experience stuff in a dream. There isn't any world there. But I experience all this stuff.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand the difference between experience. I'm just saying the experiences that you are experiencing are occurring in a world.
Well, you can say that if you want to. But again, you're assuming that there is a world independent of all this. I mean, and there may be. I don't know. But I don't know that there is a world independent of whatever I'm experiencing. It's not a bad assumption. I mean, that's how science works. It works pretty well.
I know, but why would you, when you say you don't know, what would give you reason to question that you might not be in a world?
Well, just my life of experience. Again, I think it's Well, like I say, I mentioned it earlier that I only see two things that I have to make sense out of my life. One is my immediate sensory experience, and the other is my stories about my immediate sensory experience. And that's it. I don't see it. So therefore, a story about a world out there and all that, that's a nice story. It's a good story. But that's all it is a story. To you,
so you're saying if you don't see it, then you don't assume it, or you don't experience it?
If I don't see it, or if I don't experience it, it's not part of my experience. That's all I can say.
So have you ever heard, so the idea of experiencing a world, right, or the things within a world, you're saying that a world is separate from the things that you're experiencing.
I'm saying
right?
A world is a story that we use to help us make sense out of our experience.
A world is. So to me, like the world would be Earth. You believe in the planet. Do you experience Earth?
Well, no, I experience looking out the door and seeing trees and stuff. And then if you want to call that Earth, then yes, I experience Earth if you're talking about what I am exposed to through my sensory data.
Correct. So, would you agree that Earth is considered a world, at least sometimes?
Well, listen, for any given conversation, we can define our terms any way we want to, and they can be useful. So, yeah, in a given conversation, that could be a useful way of talking, sure.
Yeah, because we have an understanding what Earth is, which is why you can even say, no, I don't, because you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We know what a world is. We know what an Earth is.
Yeah.
From what I'm getting from you, it sounds like you're saying that all I can experience is what's in front of me, correct?
Well, not in front of me. I say all I can say is I have experience. There's stuff, going on constantly. There's this constant flux of change of stuff going through a dozen different senses.
Correct.
And that's what I've got. That's what's available to me.
And are your senses telling you that it's your senses?
No, it gets tricky when you start talking about this stuff. Because it's hard. Again, you can't talk about it without language. So,
no, I understand that, but that's what we're trying to do right now. But I'm saying if your senses are what's alerting your senses, then how can you even make such a claim that you're even?
Well, no, listen. Even the idea that they're my senses, that's the story too. So I mean,
correct.
The whole concept of I fails here. All there is there's just this ongoing sense of stuff. I is just a story.
But my point is that at some point in time, to say I is a story still is a conclusion from your senses. So even to say that is a story. It's all a story then, right?
Yeah.
Including saying it's all a story.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so fine. Let's just say everything is a story. Within this story reality, I'll just call it for the conversation, right? There still seems to be consistent factors. For example, most of the time, if I stepped off a two-story building, I probably would at least get injured, which is why we don't step off a building. So,
32 feet per second squared.
Correct. So, however it's described, story reality, we do. I think this is what Rob was trying to say. We do have this kind of collective experience to help us gather certain things. So, for example, if you put a dead body in a room and you step out of the room, so you're no longer experiencing what's inside the room, we could make at least accurate or semi-accurate predictions as to how the body would decay, even if we were not in that room to understand what's going in there, to where if we step back in there in 2 weeks' time, we can make
we can talk about whether the sun will rise tomorrow. That's a pretty good bet.
Correct. So this is going back to the idea of reality and experience. So what I'm getting at is, do you think, even though everything is a story, let's just say story is the canvas, that we can experience reality, because reality seems to be pretty damn consistent amongst all of us, which is how you understand what I'm saying right now.
Yes.
In fact, Sam Harris said it the best. You can't not understand me right now. That's how crazy it is.
Well, I can't not recognize that you're blowing language noises at me. But if you're using a lot of reifications, I would say, no, I don't understand you. I hear the words, I recognize them as language, but what you mean by those words and what I mean by those words might be vastly different.
Correct, but the fact that you just responded the way you did showed that you did understand what I'm saying, and in certain cases, you have no choice but to understand me, which means that this is what I'm trying to get at as far as how I see things. Yeah. That's what I would consider the consistency of reality. And I'm going to go on mute because I have to pick up my food, so somebody else will.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just going to get some food.
Heron, would you think it would be fair to say that, so when Mike said you understand me, you might have understood him, but you don't know that every word has the same semantics in your mind that it does in his. So you could start to stray in a conversation, even though you think you're communicating effectively.
Yeah, I'm saying that happens all the time. But I understood enough. I mean, we're talking, and I understand what he's saying, sort of. Good enough for us to have a conversation about it. I'm not sure if that's an answer to your question.
I'm curious.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm curious about what you think of sort of an engineering perspective versus a more theoretical perspective, because it seems to me that from an engineering perspective, and I'm no engineer by any means, just some crazy yogi, but nonetheless, whenever I listen to people talk, it seems like because they've engineered things, so to speak, they've built things, structures, and then they understand how they built those structures, and they see that those structures have actual observable effects that are sort of mutually accepted by other human beings, right? That then there is a sort of safe assumption that there is some objective reality.
Well, you don't even need to make that assumption, though. You know, that there's no. I mean, you can, and people do, and it works. So I'm just saying that's an unnecessary step.
But then, why would they? But I think that maybe from an engineering perspective, maybe it is a necessary step, just so that you're actually willing to try to sort of design and build something, right? Because otherwise, what is the rationale for even attempting to build something like
shared stories. That's enough. At least to me, that seems to be enough. If enough people have similar stories and with experience and stuff, then, well, I don't know. I'm a little confused.
I have a hypothetical that I'd like to throw out, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Let's pretend for a second that you're convinced that there is an objective reality, a reality independent of minds or brains. Within that thought experiment, could your interpretations of your experiences be inaccurate?
Oh man, I'm a little lost with that. If I was to accept or believe, what are you saying? If I believed,
if you were convinced
that there is an objective, well, see, I don't have any problem. There may very well be an objective reality. I mean, that seems sort of reasonable. But even if there is, I certainly don't have any access to it. All I have is my experience. So
yeah,
you know,
well,
I mean, yeah.
Whether or not you have access to it, would it be possible that your interpretation of what you're experiencing is inaccurate when you compare it to the objective reality
Well, but I don't have
if you were convinced.
But I don't have. Well, even if I was convinced, I still don't have any access to this objective reality. All I have is my experience.
Yeah. I'm not concerned whether you have access to it or not in this hypothetical or thought experiment.
Yeah.
Let's say that you were convinced that objective reality exists. Would it be possible that for your interpretation of your experiences, whatever that might be inaccurate in that objective reality that you would be convinced is.
Well, see, it's not enough. It's not enough to just be convinced that there is an objective reality. I don't have any problem with that. The question is, I mean, that's irrelevant. The question is the nature of this objective reality. You know, and since I don't have access, I may be convinced there is an objective reality. In fact, I think that's almost inevitable, that there is something going on. But since I simply do not have access to that, I just don't see what I can do with that.
How do you know you don't have access?
Could your story be inaccurate?
Oh yeah, my stories. Well, inaccurate. I've certainly changed my stories over the years to what I think are better stories. So I'm not sure I'd use the words you're using to describe that, but I have changed my stories.
I see. Sorry, Mike, I totally blew over you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, because here's what I'm getting at. You're saying I don't have access, which means that if you did, you would understand some type of contrasting experience. If everything is a story, then how can you even suggest that you don't have access? Because access might just be a nonsensical term, because this might just be all that there is.
It's one of those reifications. Yes, access is another one of the reifications.
So, but it assumes that you have some understanding of a difference to suggest that you don't have access, which means that if I did have access, this would be different. It would be different in some way, maybe in a way that I can't explain, but now we're talking about the unexplainable, which to me is kind of nonsensical. So to make a claim that I don't have access, is like, where does that come from?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't really have any reasonable answer for that, except that I make up these stories from my lifetime of having experience and read stuff and heard people talking and imagined stuff and taken plenty of drugs. And so, you know, I end up with these stories and they seem to work okay for me.
What causes your stories to change?
When they don't work very well. When I get into trouble or have problems about things, then I have to start reevaluating whether my stories are working or not.
So you don't really have sorry, Alfonso, one quick question. You don't have you're not trying to tell us that we can't have access to some sort of, objective reality, basically. You're not trying to...
Well, I don't know how you could. Yeah, I mean, I could sort of imply that from what I'm saying, and I might say something like that, but I wouldn't argue it. If you claim to have access to ultimate reality or something, I'm not going to argue with you about that.
Right, it wouldn't be much point anyway, right?
No, it wouldn't be. It'd be pointless.
But then you would acknowledge it rather than as an objective reality for yourself. You would just say, okay, that's a nice story.
Yeah, I'd say you've got a very different story than I do, and you're welcome to your story. If it works for you, go for it.
Right.
Would you say that reality is what works for you?
No, it's that, again, reality is what I experience moment by moment through my sensory experience. That's what I mean by reality.
Okay, thanks.
And that would make sense as to why there wouldn't be an objective reality in terms of your assumptions.
Well, again, objective reality just strikes me. Well, it's not a bad story. Like I say, it's sort of the fundamental underlying principle of science, and I don't have a quarrel with that. It's a good story.
Right, but even if you look at science, it's like, the difference between Newtonian mechanics, so to speak, and quantum mechanics is quite different.
Oh, yeah.
And it even leads to differing results in the actual sort of expression and sort of manipulation of those stories.
I'm sorry, I lost concentration there. Please say it again.
I don't know if I can. Well, yeah. So the difference between the stories of Newtonian physics and quantum physics leads to very different actual results in the observable world.
Well, no, they actually don't observe the same world. Quantum mechanics, I mean, there's really almost no intersection between Newtonian mechanics and quantum mechanics. They're in different realms.
Right, but they're existing in the same experience, the same reality for many people. Yeah.
Well, the same is another one of the words that I have a problem with. Similar, perhaps, certainly not the same.
So if you had a physicist, right, who's totally capable in either or, right, then what would you call that? What? Capable of understanding and relating to the world in those terms.
You mean Newtonian and quantum?
Quantum physics, right? So what would you call that? The actual, beyond the stories, the differing stories that those sort of are
listen, I think
representing.
I can answer because one of the ways one of the analogies I use is that you can have more than one map for the same territory. You can have a street map for your city, or you can have a topo map. You know what a topo map is? A map of elevations. And it's not a matter of which one is true. They're picking out different information that's useful in different circumstances. If I want to buy flood insurance, a street map is useless. What I want is a topo map. If I want to find a way to drive to work, well, then a topo map is of no value. I need a street map. So you can have multiple maps. They're very different from one another. They each elucidate a different type of truth about that territory. And so you can have multiple maps for the same territory. No one of them is the true map. There are multiple useful maps for the same territory or an experience that I might have.
What is the territory in this case?
Experience.
Gotcha.
This is Baba speaking. Can I just comment?
Hi, Baba. Yes.
Hi, I've just been listening. Your analogy of the maps is a great way to explain the territory. Quantum mechanics and Newtonian mechanics are both approximations to, I would disagree when you say experience. Experience is subjective, but both quantum mechanics and Newtonian mechanics are approximations to objective ultimate reality. General relativity, which goes at the other extreme from quantum mechanics, is another approximation. Now, the difficulty that we have faced in physics for many, many decades is how to unify them. How can we unify the world of quantum mechanics with the world of general relativity? Einstein was not able to do it. I don't know if we've managed to do it yet. This is Baba, and I'm done speaking for now.
Thanks, Baba.
Hey, Heron. This is Early. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, fine.
So, a question I have. So, one of the things I've noticed, just talking in this here in Clubhouse and engaging with the world, that sometimes people have opinions about life or things they observe, experiences that they go through. They develop opinions about them. And then I've noticed that depending on the person and maybe the integrity of the person, sometimes they'll treat their opinions as objective truth. Objective as we colloquially use it. I acknowledge that you have a different view on that.
Yeah.
And so when I try to engage in this issue, right? So I notice that someone is treating an opinion they have as an objective truth. One, then I would engage in some sort of maybe some epistemology discovery process of helping them see whether this is actually objectively true or just an opinion that they have, or maybe a perception they have.
Yeah.
And so, in your worldview, how could I even engage in this conversation if I am to perceive everything as a story, or just the story that they have? Seems like anything that you would think they think is valid, is validated somehow in your worldview. Or how would I deal with that?
Early, your voice broke up really bad, just in the critical part of what you were saying. The last 20 seconds, could you repeat?
Can you hear me okay for now?
Yeah.
I was just asking, how would I deal with that situation if I'm trying to engage in making the distinction between an opinion or a fact of life?
Well, just by what you just said, I mean, if you're having a discussion with someone, and it's a serious discussion, it's like one-on-one, and you guys are trying to come to some conclusion about something, then bring up exactly what you said. Isn't that, I don't know, that seems kind of obvious to me.
But I am, in fact, using words that you disagree with. I would try to make a distinction between something objective and subjective.
Yeah, well, listen, in real conversations with real people, I have to use language that they understand. I may have different ways of using language, and that maybe after we've talked a couple times, I might bring up some of these differences, but a lot of times, and this is basic street epistemology stuff, is you got to talk in language that the person you're with can use. So I may have a very different opinion about how these words function, but if someone's I'm talking with, I got to consider who I'm talking to and what I can get away with.
Well, okay. Well, you offered this method of thinking or talking for analytical conversations. I think somebody's unmuted, or Lee, if you can mute your mic.
Sorry.
No problem. Everyone here knows that happens to me all the time. So I'm actually really interested in this, Aaron, because I do this for analytical conversations, and you are offering your method for analytical conversation, but it seems like it's antithetical to it. When everybody has a story, and we should acknowledge things as just a story, then I don't even know how I have the right to even try to fight for something objectively true or not.
Well, objectively true. Like I say, I would fight against that very concept of objectively true. You got your stories, I've got my stories. Let's compare our stories and our definitions and see and study that and see what's what. You know.
But what?
If I may, Early. So I think the issue we might be having is, the issue I had with Ali, right? So I sometimes like to think myself as a chameleon, right? I'll engage with someone even though his beliefs are completely contradictory to mine. But Ali came in and said, you cannot use the word belief. It's I don't know what he said, but so, and he comes from a scientific background, and he needs to have precise words in order to communicate with his peers and to make scientific observations and perhaps to tell his story. But it has to be a very, and so I guess that's where I might see a conflict, because Heron, in the way I'm observing, deals with language, and it is. But he's not dealing with that, with measuring. I don't know if I'm making my.
Without measuring, then you don't really have science, or am I wrong?
Yeah, that's one of the main concepts. So falsifiability, measurement, observables, repeatability, hypothesis.
But that's not the road we're going down to. I think. What we're going to was Heron isn't. I don't think he's dealing with a scientific approach, but rather the experience of language. So people like, I think, like Early or Rob, who are very scientific, and even Mike, I would say, who are very scientifically minded, you know, they probably deal with computer programming language and stuff that has to be precise. So I don't know. And Heron, you do too, right? So, and I'm trying to find a
no, I'm not a coder. I read a lot of science, so I mean I'm fairly well read in a wide variety of sciences on a sort of superficial level.
But Alfonso, I would argue that even if you take, for example, a housewife that's going to make a cake, and she makes this cake that everybody loves, and she gets called out to parties to make this cake. If this person is able to replicate this cake, this sensation, right, or the flavor that she produces, then I wouldn't say that that's non-scientific just because we don't have a lab, right? So there's certain measurement of ingredients that she takes so she can make the same cake every time. Like, is that not scientific?
Yeah, science.
I would say it is.
Yeah.
If she has a measurement of the ingredients that are involved, the point I'm trying to make there, maybe, and that probably wasn't a great way to make my point, is that
no, earlier I think you answered the question, because Heron has his own recipe, and you have another recipe, and we're trying to find where his recipe is relevant to yours and yours to his. I don't know if that makes.
I'm not satisfied with that analogy. Recipes. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. The science, a recipe is very scientific in some ways. Obviously, you measure stuff and you get the same results, and it works. Right. That's sort of the center of science in some ways. Or listen to me, say the center. Probably not the center, but certainly a central issue.
I guess, and now I guess I'll land with this. If we are having our own recipes for different recipes for one thing, then something seems to be off with me when we're kind of assigning different properties or different subjective opinions about the same reality, right? And I know you don't like the word reality.
Well, you're damn right I don't.
Right? And so I think that's where I kind of disconnect, you know, and I would even say that any sort of endeavor that is consistent and maps to reality in some way, I would not refrain from using the word scientific. So as long as it's consistent and you're able to replicate it, even if it's a philosophical endeavor, I would still call it scientific. And so to say that what Heron is doing is not scientific, I have that kind of raises some exclamations for me.
Let me just throw something in here again. An invitation to all of you here. Everyone I've heard talk, you and I could talk for an hour and a half in one of my rooms. I really appreciate the questions that I've been getting here, and I want to invite you all to. I mean, I do a couple rooms almost every day called Gendo Tactical Language, and I'd love to do a one-on-one with anybody here who wants to have a conversation and go into some depth, because you're all bringing up different things that are deep, and this is not a place for for that to happen. That just ain't going to happen here. So I just want to reiterate, please join me in one of my rooms and let's talk. Go on.
One-on-one, unarmed combat. Bring it, bitches. That's what that sounded like.
Well, I follow you, Gendo. So, Heron. So I'll definitely pop in.
Yeah.
Pop in my hallway for sure.
Yeah. Well, you'll get if you join the club, you'll get pinged when I open up the room, and like I say, I do a couple of rooms every day. So.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Christopher, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, please. I like to be interrupted. I guess.
Well, then I'll interrupt you again.
Thank you, sir. So the difference between empirical or natural science and experimental or sort of hypothetical, like you building a hypothesis and then having that be repeatable in very specific terms, seems applicable, because in a way you can say that we have measurements, but all measurements are going to be sort of underlined by the actual direct experience and sort of concordant understanding of those measurements. Yes? And I think that feels like what you're trying to sort of point out in terms of language, that no matter where what we believe or what we assume, it's always going to be based upon that rock bottom direct experience that we are actually having as individuals.
And in science, the direct experience is often of dials and screens. I mean, like atoms and molecules. Nobody's ever seen an atom or a molecule. What they've seen is pieces of paper with images on them, or through an oscilloscope, certain kinds of wave shapes that show up. But what we actually experience is quite different than what we attribute it to. I mean, like I say, we don't experience atoms. We experience images on an oscilloscope or on a computer screen that was designed to produce those images on a theory about what's going on. So, again, but it's all based on our immediate sensory experience. But that in science, that experience is often of measuring equipment.
Would you say that Newton actually experienced gravity?
No, he experienced an apple falling on his head.
That's not even true, though. That's just something that somebody else wrote about.
Oh, yeah, whether it's
make it famous. Right?
It's a nice story. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But he certainly didn't experience gravity. He experienced an apple falling on his head. Or he observed something fall.
Yeah, he didn't experience, G M1 M2 divided by the radius difference. He didn't experience that, which was his model of gravity. But in the approximation at his scale, that model fit the observations. So for him, he believed that he was in that model, perhaps, or at least for some time. I think most scientists usually try to test against their hypotheses. So you're always hoping to find the thing where you're wrong next so you can make a correction. And that's actually, I would say that's the main value of science, is that it allows you to cut away things very methodically. And the process of deduction seems to be very rigorous if done carefully and in a nuanced fashion.
Yeah, no argument from me there.
But, hi, just to clarify also, so in this same terminology, would you say, do you experience anger, love, or would you break it down into, like, more things that it's contained of?
Yeah, I don't experience anger. I experience raised blood pressure, any number of... again, my experience is through my sensory data. Anger is a story about I experience some kinds of sensations, and I say, oh, that's anger, or this is fear.
Even in that explanation, sorry to cut you short there a little, but even in your explanation, you don't even experience raised blood pressure. You experience an actual pounding.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not raised blood pressure. That's an explanation for, I experience, pounding in my ears or something, or whatever, Thank you. That was a good one. You got
it. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. That was a great point, because that's exactly where I was trying to talk about. Because once we get used to these things, we like things which are built upon the basic things. Like, so the gravity and all those concepts might be something that anger or love is for us. So, So in your version, you're always breaking it down to the direct experience.
Well, that's the idea. I'm not sure I'm always successful at doing that.
Oh, right.
But Shivam, when is it useful to not refer to anger as anger and instead break it down, it seems to me like the word anger is a summary, like kind of like a maybe a layer of abstraction up, right? From
Yeah,
all
it's a useful reification. Anger is a perfectly reasonable term. Yeah, you're not going to sit here and say, "Geez, my ears are pounding and my face is red and I'm I'm pissed off," and that's perfectly reasonable.
But you might, for example, if you become irritable for whatever physiological reason, so this is something that I've recently noticed for myself. So I've recently started taking blood pressure medication, and I noticed myself being less irritable, so I'm seemingly less angry. But I wasn't angry before. It was a function of this deregulation of normal physiological parameters that made me agitated. So it's not as if the anger was coming from within. So I think there's also a direction that we can associate sometimes, either internal or external, to some of these compressions, which is what the word anger is. It's a compression which compromises a set of parameters that describe a state of an organism, and that compression of that information may be accurate, but of course, if you do a nuanced analysis, you'll see that some parameters are true. So, for example, in the DSM, they'll say, if you have 6 out of these 13 symptoms, you qualify. You don't need all of them, for example.
Yeah.
So
that's perfectly reasonable. Yeah, thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Heron. I enjoyed the inquisition you were put through. I mean, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, listen, I love this, man.
They mean well. They all mean well.
Yeah.
But I like the concept, and I have always felt this way. It's all a bunch of stories. No demeaning of anything. It's a very useful bunch of stories.
I think so.
Which are very consistent. But just because things are consistent doesn't mean it's a fact, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have done some physics and all that, and I always felt I understood physics. But recently, when I opened a book on quantum mechanics, which I learned a long time back, I realized I told a story to myself that I understood quantum mechanics.
Yeah. Nobody understands quantum mechanics. You can't turn quantum mechanics into English. It's a mathematical series of propositions that don't really translate well into English, and basically,
Here is my take on that, Heron and all others. We are very anthropomorphic. We tend to associate or attribute, I should say, our experiences in interpreting animals, nature, and concepts. So somehow we want to look for the possibility that atom has properties just like we have with planets going around and all that. But it doesn't work. The electrons keep going around forever. Yeah. They don't lose energy. And time comes to still. No concept of time at the micro level. That doesn't mean that it's not useful to understand all these things.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
And the math and the math used has complex numbers in explaining quantum mechanics. It's absurd and yet beautiful because
it works.
It works, exactly. And just because it works doesn't mean it has to fit our narrative. And the last thing is particle and wave. It's mind-boggling. And why should anything fit one narrative? It can be multiple narratives, multiples of narratives.
More maps for one territory, multiple maps. All
right, but again, we're anthropomorphic. We want to rely upon scalars to find one thing, like 42 or whatever, to explain everything.
Yes.
So we want to reduce everything to single thing, and that's how we shoot ourselves in the foot. We have to be comfortable with multiple narratives. When I talk to my mother, who is 90, I'm very comfortable talking to her about her religion, whatever it is. That's fine, because the atheists and theists they have like 99.99% common. Where they differ is like in the last 0.01% or whatever.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, if you look at everyday activities, they all believe in the same thing, except the last leg, the last leap of faith. In one case, they attribute to a personification. In the other case, they attribute to some kind of assumptions, physical laws. They surrender. After all, you don't keep on asking questions. At some point, you have to surrender. Even if you keep digging, you have to surrender at some point. And when you surrender to assumptions, axioms, whatever, the quantum theory and string theory, etc., you are surrendering, at least temporarily, right? At that point, you are no different from theists. I'm done.
I agree, absolutely. Although some scientists don't stop. So if you're curious, I would Google adinkras, ADINKRAS, and that's a certain kind of physics model that shows that the physical laws themselves come from a more subtle structure known as error-correcting codes, which is kind of weird because then it's like, oh shit, are we some sort of simulation? So there are some things that people just keep picking at, and more often than not, that's a function of the time that you find yourself in, the limits of the technology of your time, and so on. So your ability to go that far is a measure of I guess the generation that you're in. But what you end up with in the end is indistinguishable from religion, at least from a theoretical perspective in physics. That's what I would describe it as. And I say this as a person who started off in theoretical physics and now does biophysics.
And also, I believe that language is something we use to bootstrap ourselves into understanding the nature, universe, etc. And the language has paradoxical inherent limitations, right? You could ask fantastic questions which can be totally meaningless, but since they're phrased in a very subtle way, in a musical way, in intellectual way, we keep looking for solutions when the formulation may have inherent contradictions, like is the apple there in the drawer when you close it? Is a dead body there when you don't look at it? These kind of paradoxes arise, but we dismiss them. I mean, they're not apparent. So we are on a wild goose chase because the question is very well formulated. And therefore, we have to watch out for the language being a limitation. And it is possible, I think, for different people to have different languages in the same, like English, and still have different universes because each word has multiple meanings, and then we can spend like an hour not understanding each other because we have different meanings for the same words. I'm done.
Well, once again, I just want to invite everybody to please join me on my own room here, because everybody I've talked to here, I want to have a one-on-one with. I mean, here we're jumping around all over the place, and this is fun. I'm having a great time, but I really want to have one-on-ones with you guys. So please join me. Thanks.
I would love to have a one-on-one with you. So I think I followed you. So when do you usually have your rooms open? Is it scheduled time or is it random?
No, it's just random throughout the day. Lately, I've been staying up really late. I live in California, and I've been staying.
Oh, me too. So we're good.
Yeah. So we'll figure it out. I'm around a lot.
All right. I'll talk to you soon, then, buddy. Thank you for today. I appreciate it.
Mike.
I have a comment about what Ram just said.
Just real quick, I was going to say.
Boy, the voices are really disintegrating here right now.
Yeah, you were consumed by the Matrix there.
Yeah. Can Shivam ask the question?
An order of speaking here? Is there an order, or
no, man? You just jump in. When
okay, I'm going to jump in because I have a suggestion for you, Heron. If you want to, how you might start to climb out of the pit of solipsism, but it's just a suggestion. You can do it or not do it. But I think one way is if you come to that you can come to realize that there's something beyond your stories, besides guide your stories, is to observe that expectations from your stories are often frustrated or contradicted. When you walk, for example, one can walk on a floor, and your story is it's a floor, but it's actually a rotten floor, and you fall through. Or you're walking in the forest, and you see your story is that there's an opening there that you can walk through, but you start walking through it and you get stuck. Or you see people that your story is it's a friendly person, and the person attacks you. Or you, to take an example from what you were talking about earlier, you say your story is that the equation for a falling object in gravity is 32t squared, and you actually find out that the distance is 16t squared and the velocity is 32t. So in all of those cases, there are situations where your stories get contradicted or frustrated from somewhere else. And I think that might be the beginning of a grasp of if I may use that dirty word, reality.
Yes, and you have...
Can I ask Shivam to ask me the comment or question, whatever? I have to leave in a couple of minutes. I'll come back. But Shivam, if you have something, a comment or question for me, go ahead.
Yeah, so I completely agree with what you had said and other things that was said about when you go to the limit, it's kind of like belief, even if you're doing science or those things. But I feel like it's also, we should be acknowledging at the same time when we say those things, we should also acknowledge the hierarchy, because even if the objective of the science is to get away from the subjectivity and be as talk about, maybe there's an argument to make that we still don't have anything called objective reality, which is okay, but we are also limiting towards that, at least that the purpose of the science and this thing is to take away the subjectivity and talk about what thing is. So it is limiting towards a direction, and that hierarchy should always be acknowledged, so that we have it's easy to have consensus if you remove subjectivity as much as you can. So even if you argue that it is not yet the objective reality or stuff like that, but this hierarchy, this distance away from the subjectivity itself is worth acknowledging. I don't know if I...
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that. Just one comment before I leave. I may come back after some time. Is a lot of scientists till maybe 18th or 19th century were actually a priest, religious people, right? Algebra was invented by, say, Muslim scholar, right? Or oxygen was maybe by priestly, I forget. So, lot of, almost all of the people who came up with great discoveries till maybe 150 years back, they had beliefs in the larger, theism, whatever. Even Ramanujan also believed in God, whatever. So, believing in God doesn't preclude oneself from becoming a genius. I'm done. Thank you.
Definitely, I don't have anything against that.
I object to believing in God. I would assume there is a God. I have my own religion. I never liked any of the other ones, so I created my own. And I don't use the word God. I call it Bob. But, that's a perfectly reasonable story. But I just don't believe it. I assume it.
Yeah, that's one interesting thing about Ramanujan. Sorry, is Heron speaking, or? I'm not sure if I'm speaking over you. Oh, okay. Yeah, so one interesting thing about Ramanujan was that, his belief in having a conversation with some goddess in his dreams allowed him to make quite a lot of progress in mathematics, although there were problems with it in terms of, how we teach modern mathematics and proofs like that. But that belief allowed him to progress along his journey of mathematics or the adventure of mathematics and make actual progress, contributions that are relevant in some way. And so in that way, the story kept him productive. And in that way, I think, again, this is an example of a story. It doesn't actually matter if he believed that it was a goddess or not. it's that belief that allowed him, that almost like that cognitive dissonance that you're like, oh, okay, I'm talking to somebody in my dream, and this crazy person is telling me things that turn out to be true in the real world. Where is this person in my head? As long as you don't go down that rabbit hole and you say, okay, I'm just going to try to use this intuition and just say, okay, well, it's my brain trying to simulate other people in the same way when you think about, oh, what would my mother say in this situation? So I think also a big part of that is cultural. So when we look back in history, the kinds of dreams and conversations that people have had, I think we also talk less about them. I think the ancient Egyptians, for example, looked at interesting dreams as being a source of something that should be discussed or analyzed. And at least from the perspective of psychedelics nowadays, I see a resurgence with that kind of exploration of the universe and the mind.
You're here.
Can you guys hear me okay, or am I still in the matrix?
You're a little better now.
Yeah, go for it quick.
I was trying to understand what Ram said earlier. Said that
okay, too bad.
Maybe try turning down your audio quality. I'm not sure. Or try like disconnecting your Wi-Fi and maybe only stay on your data, although I don't want to make any suggestions for, depending on your plan or whatever.
Sometimes if you leave the room and rejoin, that can be of some help.
Or closing the app and restarting it as well.
Yeah.
I cannot be my favorite part. And
Early, it ain't working.
Can we go, while Early gets his audio fixed, can we go back to what Lee was asking? I'm not sure if his, or if Lee's question got addressed.
I didn't get a chance to address it. I've heard the solipsism story forever. Solipsism is just another story. Yeah.
Maybe I can backpack on what.
That was just an introduction. That wasn't my point, of course.
Yeah, Lee. Go ahead, Lee. I would like.
My point was that when you talk about stories are often contradicted or frustrated. As in, for example, I did ask
and then
the question,
you need to change your story. Yes.
No, that's not the point. The point is something changed the story. And it's something outside the story that changed it. It wasn't the story says one thing, and reality, that's the word I'm going to use for this, but you can use whatever word you chose.
I use the word
reality.
Experience.
Reality says otherwise. Went against your story. So there's something more out there. I'm suggesting this is a first step. It's not a complete step, but it's a first step to getting out of the idea that everything is stories.
I didn't say everything is stories. I said
everything you have
is
stories.
I said we have immediate sensory experience, and we have stories about our immediate sensory experience.
All right, and both of those things are subject to frustration and contradiction by something outside them.
Well, you're saying there's something outside them. I suggest perhaps, well, that's not my story. If you like that story, you're welcome to it. I say there is nothing outside my immediate sensory experience and stories about the very idea of objective reality is just a story.
Well, that's not true. But
I know that's when you and I differ.
That's your position, but
that's my story, and you have a different story.
My point is that when you step out, and your story and your sensory experience is that there's a floor underneath you.
Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah.
Okay, and see, both your story and your sensory experience, it says there's a floor underneath you, but it really isn't, and you fall through and break your leg.
No, my sensory experience
and you do that,
does not tell me that there's a floor underneath me. That's a story.
It's not a story. It's a perception.
Okay. Well, you and I need to have a one-on-one conversation sometime, and we can work this out. We're not going to work this out here. It's a deep.
Well, I agree.
divide.
I'm actually just trying to give you a suggestion to think about. Not, I mean, but there's nothing you can do. There's nothing anybody can do to make anybody else believe anything whatsoever.
No, I just
all you can do is you can give other people material. You know, the way I put it, the silly way I put it is, you can lead the student to the material, but you can't make them think.
Well,
so you give people stuff to think about, and it doesn't happen in the middle of a conversation like this. I certainly don't expect you to all of a sudden say, I get it. There's an objective reality, and suddenly, it's not going to happen, and it never happens. But what I can do is just give people something to think about, and I think it's worth thinking about the fact that your stories, your perceptions, all of that stuff are constantly being frustrated and contradicted by what I would call reality. Now, you may call it something else, but you can't call it a story, because the story itself is what's being contradicted.
Well, Lee,
I guess I'll stop there for the moment.
Thank you.
Thank
like
you.
I say,
Yeah.
I don't think you've actually heard me carefully, or I haven't explained myself carefully, but I would invite you to join me in one of my rooms sometime, and we'll pursue this. And that's all I have to say.
Maybe I can... Sorry, David, I'll be very quick. I would say that perhaps the idea of story here is just an account of events and the evolution of something or of an event. So there is that kind of general structure, and for almost every physics experiment, when you get down to the data, you're still telling me a story. I don't see how you're not telling me a story. So maybe you can comment on that, Lee. Like, give me an example of something that is objective reality, whatever system you want or phenomena, and then I will attempt to demonstrate that there is a story there, and I think then it'll be much clearer by what we mean by story, perhaps.
Well, that's right. You make a story. What I'm saying, and anytime you talk, you can't talk about anything without making a quote-unquote story. That is true. My point was that no matter what story you make and no matter what perceptions you make, reality, that's the word I'm going to keep using. I know Heron doesn't like it, but anyway, I'm going to use that. He can use another word. Something, but I'm going to call it reality, can contradict or frustrate your stories. And you have to that's an important thing to recognize. That's an important clue that there's something out there more beyond stories and perceptions, and that has a controlling effect on those things.
Yeah, I think that's a nice point about so I think there has been this discussion about having the point of view of everything is a story. I've been to a couple of rooms. I think the question is another one is like, so whose story is it? Like the things, for example, the earth or anything that you are not experiencing. Whose stories are they? Do you consider them also as a story by whichever means you experience them?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, whoever, like, from this perspective, from the story.
I actually didn't understand the question, so if you could reformulate it, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I would give it another try. Like, for example, you say when you experience something, we make a story about what we experience. How do you describe the things that you are experiencing? Are you describing that quantity outside your experience? Do you see that quantity outside your experience, or you always see it through your experience?
Well, I don't see any way out of my experience. I mean, that's it. It's given to me moment by moment at this very moment through a dozen senses or more. There's this ongoing flux of change and stuff going on in multiple dimensions. I mean, again, this is all prior to language. There's just all this stuff going on. Even the distinction between audio and visual, I mean, that doesn't even arise except with language. It's all sort of a unified, ongoing, ever-changing flux of something or other. And that, I don't see any way out of that. That's what I got. And then I've got some stories about that to try to make some sense out of it.
I would like to try something for a second real fast. I don't like asking yes or no questions, but I think this question might encompass this small kind of idea that we're exploring here. So could someone arrive at a conclusion based on their story, and that conclusion be inaccurate?
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
That seems pretty.
Okay, so
what do you mean by
stories
inaccurate in
reliable?
this language also? Like,
that's a good question. Yes.
You think you're on a surface of support, and you fall through, and you are killed by hitting the ground. Would be a dramatic example.
Right. So if a story, if we're basing a conclusion on a story, and that conclusion is inaccurate, whatever that means to you for right now, is basing conclusions on your story a reliable way to tell if you're coming to accurate conclusions?
Well, I mean, that's sort of accurate conclusions. I mean, you find out stories work or they don't, either disastrously or just trivially. Stories sometimes work, sometimes they don't. Accurate, I don't know.
So how do you decide which stories which stories are reliable and which ones are not?
Over a lifetime of experience. I'm 75. I've had a lot of experience. I've had a lot of stories. I've changed them a lot of times, and I've got my current set of stories. They seem to be working pretty well for me, and I'm fairly not stuck on them, but I'm committed to my present set of stories. They work for me, but I'll dump them in a heartbeat if I find that I can locate a better story that succeeds where some of my present. Well, actually, my present stories work really well, so I'm happy with them.
If it was my story that you owed me $1 million, why would I be mistaken?
Well, it depends what he's done for you, I guess. I guess how you value that.
Well, no, he just made this up. So
I know, but that could be part of his story. Is my joke?
Yeah. I just don't even know how to answer a question like that. I wouldn't take that seriously.
I think that's a very good point, because in this language it becomes difficult to, if we continue the language of the story, I think it works great in many respects, but this particular example itself, I feel, was a good clue of where the limitation of this kind of theory is.
Can you guys hear me any better?
That's kind of where I was trying to go.
Yeah, much better.
David, if you want to go ahead, and I'll.
No, I was done. I just wanted to kind of explore the sufficiency of using your story as a way to come to an accurate conclusion.
And I want to kind of. Oh, Heron, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm not. I just usually leave my mic on. I'll speak up if I have a reason to.
Okay, yeah, feel free to interrupt me too. So I don't mind being interrupted. Kind of piggybacking off of what David just said. What if you are in a position where your story is not one that you need to check, but it does have outside consequences? I'm thinking about like a police officer, a judge, a boss, someone that adopts this thing where your experience is in your reality, and you don't really conceive the idea of objectivity. I think that there may be some danger to adopting this philosophy if you are in a position of power or somewhere where your perception of how you see it's usually has outside consequences that don't necessarily come back to you.
Yeah, the legal system is a good example. A murder trial or something like that. But I don't think it's really problematic in most of those cases. I think somehow, when you have real sensory stuff going on and bodies, it's this distinction between reifications and substantive nouns. Legal cases are generally about substantive circumstances, and those aren't philosophically significant, I think, a good deal of the time, but they can become that way, like especially in business law and patent stuff. Well, I don't know, but I grant that in some cases, well, a lot of cases, perhaps this stuff. I guess I'm just trying to work on eliminating the bullshit where it can be eliminated. But yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, the thing is that I feel like dropping the word objective as something that you operate with, you are then allowing your mind to create a lot of BS, and all of it just becomes part of your story.
Yeah.
But so you're are you saying you're okay with that, or?
I'm saying there are certain. I think it depends on the circumstances whether that works or not. Like I say, in the case of a murder trial, that's something different. When you and I are sitting around talking philosophy, that's something quite different. So it really depends upon the circumstances of the conversation.
But the thing is that you are in fact selling this method as a way, as problem analysis, I think you said earlier.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about a murder trial or any sort of one-way power, I guess I'm going to call it, then it's not this method of problem analysis, or at least the whole philosophy you're saying. I'm like, I would hate to be in front of a judge that has this way of thinking, and I can't really get in there and be like, hey, there's an objective truth to look into here, and they just kind of reject all of that.
Well, but I don't think that's necessary to reject all that. Like I say, in certain circumstances, like I say, in a legal trial, these kinds of stuff that we're talking about here, I mean, you're not talking about reifications that are open to it. You're talking about dead bodies and knives with blood stains on them and fingerprints on things. These are all substantive nouns. And so I'm not sure that it's really a problem.
Well, but doesn't the U.S. legal system rely on the concept of free will, essentially, to operate the way?
Oh, yeah, but that's almost, yeah, it does, but that's not even talked about. Everybody just assumes that if you killed him, you did it on purpose, you're responsible, we're going to punish you. The idea of free will is, I can't recall it really being, except in the cases of, innocent by reason of insanity. I mean, that's one case where free will is left out of the situation. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Early. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I guess I'm not. I may actually be missing part of, like, some of the words that you're using, Heron, I am not understanding, like ramifications.
Reification.
Your points early were very well stated. Very good.
Yeah, early, and again, I invite you to join me on my room sometime, and we can go as deep as you'd like to go on this stuff.
Hey, Heron, I'm just curious. Have you guys touched on Korzybski's concept of E prime at all?
Okay. No, we haven't talked about that, and your voice is breaking up real bad. No, we haven't.
Oh, Justin, you sound like you're reading out of a Korzybski text because he couldn't understand a word you said.
I would say that operating in the way that Heron operates allows you to, I think, consider more options. So it's more of a breadth search rather than a depth-first search. So at least in terms of how we set up the way that we navigate the information space, that's how I would describe it. Science tends to go deep first and find a contradiction, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you take more of a let's define all of the things and look at the entire landscape before we look for just one single.
That's a really good point. Breadth as opposed, whether it's breadth first and then depth or depth. It seems to me almost obvious that it would be better to do breadth first before you, if you're looking for oil and going to drill, you just don't randomly go pick a place and start drilling and go real deep until you find oil. You do a broad survey of a large area and then find areas where you think maybe it would be worth going deep. So to me, going broad first, not in every second. I mean, if you're in a limited situation, then you may already have the data to know where to go deep. But breadth first strikes me as a reasonable place to start.
The research on expertise that I've read suggests that the expert's approach is what they call progressive deepening, which is to go to a certain depth and then go back up and look around and then go deeper and then sort of shuttle back and forth between depth and breadth.
Well, before you do
that's
any
what
drilling,
experts often do.
Yeah, well, I'm saying before you do any drilling at all, you do a large survey of a large landmass before you do any drilling.
Would you do that if you saw a definite sign of what you thought was a definite sign of oil or whatever you're drilling? If you saw that definite sign, you might dig immediately. So it kind of depends on the circumstances.
I agree. The depth test would discover that. The breadth test, rather, So the breadth test would be like, let's consider all of the situations, and then you would say, oh, it looks like position number 13, position 2, and position 74 all have things to consider, and then you would go drill. You wouldn't just stop at position 2 and say, let's start drilling.
But you would if you happen to notice that position 2 was had a definite sign of being worth drilling. You might start drilling there before you surveyed all the other places. I'm saying it's an option, and I'm saying that
it also depends on the problem.
Might be appropriate sometimes.
Also, in this problem itself, like the breadth search is kind of relying on previous depth search that were done, like sort of depth search. Otherwise, there's no way to, like even this particular example, to know, even if you do the depth search, to know if there's a chance of oil or not.
So I've come to the point where the sponge in my head is absorbed about as much as it can absorb right now. So the room is going to stay open. I believe Alfonso's still here. Yeah. So he'll be in charge of moderating. So I just wanted to appreciate everyone here for coming in and having an awesome discussion. Heron, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Huge pleasure.
Oh yeah,
I want to have you back.
You can't shut me up, man.
We'll have to set up. Another discussion with you. So yeah, thanks everyone. I've really enjoyed myself. I might come back. I just need to take a break at least. And but yeah, we'll see everybody. Hopefully next Saturday. Like I said before, we've got a bunch of special guests scheduled to come in and share. So thanks everyone. I appreciate it. Thanks, Alfonso.
Yeah, and thanks, David and Alfonso, for inviting me. Actually, I would like to, we've been here almost 4 hours now, and I haven't eaten yet, so I'm thinking it's time for me to go eat something, but I'll probably be back later.
That's your story.
Yeah, you're right. That is my story. And my story continues in that I will be back later this evening, probably maybe 2 more times with my own room, and I invite everybody here to come and join me, and let's explore our experience together. So I'm going to take off now. So thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thanks, Heron.
Oh. And Jesus Christ, I did not know he was 75. Holy shit, he's sharp as fuck for 75 or even 40. So, wow, I feel dumb.
That's crazy, yeah.
You can find him on YouTube. Just look for Gendo Heron Stone and you'll come up with his channel. It's called Earth Link, ERD
Link, and you'll see him in the flesh.
Being in your 70s does not mean that your brain is dead.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that he's very competitive in terms of like ability to keep up with phrasing, and even the fact that he's on technology like this is uncommon for his demographic. Although I would hope that when I get to that age, if I do, that I would stay just as sharp. But I don't think it's certain for all of us. Some of us succumb to disease and other.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Quite phenomenal part at his age.
I didn't get to tell him, but the one thing that I did appreciate, which I will always like absorb things like that, is the distinction or his reservation with using things like "the" and instead say "a" or "and." I think it's a kind of like a humbling thing for you to not exert or say that there's only one thing out there. There could be multiple explanations. And I think to some extent and sometimes that's actually quite reasonable, and maybe more people should practice doing that. I just feel like he presented it kind of like an absolute, or maybe he didn't do a good job for me to like explaining when this is actually useful. Because I found some inconsistencies all throughout, but I did appreciate that.
Yeah, it takes a while to get through some of the more technical, particular definitions that he uses. Like I was like, hey, let's talk for 5 minutes. And then almost 2 hours later, we were like, oh, well, I guess we agree with a lot of things once you go through all the details. So even the position that he ends up with, once you understand all the operational definitions, it's actually quite well defined.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's actually what I'm perceiving. That's probably what's missing, and so I am actually looking forward to him opening the room again. Alfonso shared a video, not a video, but an audio clip earlier, and it was a story about. It said something like a father and a son leave a soccer game.
Yeah.
They get into. No, did you guys? Okay, so that story, like. I would love to like get rid of that part of my brain that does that, right? Those assumptions. And if Heron's
what was it?
Gets
I'm
rid
sorry,
of
I
that,
didn't.
I would totally listen to that.
So a father and son are out driving. They happen to have a terrible, terrible auto accident. The father is instantly killed. The son is rushed to the nearest hospital, comes into the emergency room. The emergency room surgeon walks over, takes one look at the boy, and says in horror, I can't operate on this boy. He's my son. And the question is, how is this possible? How could that be? And many people, I don't know about the fine people here, but many people have great trouble figuring out how that could possibly be because of the assumption, the gender bias that is implicit in many people, that a surgeon is going to be male, and therefore it would have to be the father, but the father's dead.
Exactly.
But of course, the answer to the whole dilemma is simply that it's the mother who's the surgeon.
Could also be a stepfather, stepmother too.
Let's see, is stepmother going to? Yeah,
it could be many people. We can make it very modern.
Yeah, that's a stepmother. Stepfather. Let's see, stepfather.
It could also be another father. It could be a gay couple.
Because you can have more than one father, and you can have more than one mother.
You didn't say. I didn't hear you say a father and his son. I thought you said a father and a son. So it's like didn't necessarily.
Well, if I did, it should. But would that change it? No, I don't think that would change.
It would change it because a father and a son doesn't necessarily
could be some
mean
other
that
son altogether.
Correct.
Yeah, but I mean in terms of these other alternatives of stepfather. Anyway, I think a lot hinges on what you mean by son. And that's for both of those cases. So
correct. And let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
But anyway, the point is, a lot of people have a lot of trouble. They don't think of the other answers, whatever they are, and they don't think of the obvious answer. The obvious answer is the mother, but they don't think of that or even any of the arcane answers because they're assuming that it's that the father.
Can you ask the question in reverse? A mother and a son. Let me just hear it from my ears to hear if I would think the same thing.
Okay, sure. I'll just repeat it, but a mother. Let's see. That's a good experiment, I guess. So a mother and her son.
But at the end of the story, you should replace the profession with a nurse instead of a surgeon.
No. Same thing.
That would bring us back to the original. The problem is that we really can't do this experiment without a fresh slate of subjects.
Correct. No, you're right. I just want to see.
Everybody would have to be kicked out of the room.
You're right.
So I guess we can't really do it. But I understand.
No, we can try. I just want to hear.
No, because you already know. You already know how.
I understand, and I'm going to tell you this. I fell for it too. I thought it was. I was so like, but I just want to. I want to hear it to my ears from outside.
All right. Okay. Given that I'm doing it on request, I'll do it, and I'll make it brief.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. A mother and her son are out driving. They have a terrible, terrible accident. The mother is killed instantly. The son is taken by ambulance to the nearest hospital emergency room. The emergency room surgeon comes into the room where the son is lying, walks up, looks at him, and says in horror, "I can't operate on this boy. He is my natural son." And the question is, how is this possible? And
yes.
I think that one people wouldn't have so much trouble with. Because the mother's dead, but the father, people, again, on the assumption that the assumption people usually make is that surgeons are male, there's no problem here.
Yeah,
I think it would work if you replaced the profession with nurse at the end, if you were going to use mother.
Yeah, probably
most people would. Yeah.
Although I ultimately don't ever know, what's interesting, though, it does, I think, like, the efficient brain kind of leads the witness in a sense. It kind of fills the gap. Maybe it is the gender bias because surgeons so happen to be male, but it doesn't quite sound the same when we switch it with a female. So I'd be very curious to know, on just basically new ears, what people would say.
Well, I haven't tried that your other experiment. I've tried this thing with this old joke quite many times with audiences because my point is that if you're properly introspective, you can detect that there's something wrong in this situation and figure out what it is. But people don't generally do that. So when people refer to implicit biases, they often talk about implicit bias as if it were something that absolutely cannot be overcome, and I believe that to be false.
It's interesting. You could probably switch the father with mother and the surgeon with nurse, and you would probably have the same effect.
Yeah, that's what Justin was talking about that experiment.
Probably
I think you would. I suspect it would be weaker because I don't think the connection of nurse to female is as strong as surgeon and male is. That's my guess. I'm just guessing. I really have to do the experiment. To find out.
In my own personal cognitive bias, it definitely is as strong.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me as well. But I would be curious.
Well, hold on. Are there more male surgeons than there are female surgeons?
Yeah. Yes.
So, although,
but that isn't really the point. It's not really the number.
I know. Okay. But it's kind of like it's not necessarily the point. And you're right to be as logical as you can be to assume that it is the mom would be great, but if the probability is still higher on one end, I don't see it being entirely irrational, and I think your bias is kind of motivated by the experience. So, I think it was Justin that was just saying that the nurse, in his experience or in his bias, so happens to be females. At some point in time, that's my experience as well, and so our biases motivated by experience?
Yeah, no, and heuristics aren't irrational, right? They're crude approximations that
they're irrational.
Right.
They're irrational if you take them as producing unassailable truths. But you're right. Heuristics are in the hands of a self-aware practitioner are extremely valuable. And that's incidentally, that's interesting that when cognitive psychologists currently talk about heuristics, they generally talk about them as ways in which people go wrong. That's their main discussion. When the Greek mathematicians, particularly one named Pappus, introduced the notion of heuristic in Greek geometry centuries ago, they introduced the idea as a way of helping your thinking. And George Polya, the mathematician who wrote a book called How to Solve It, also uses heuristic very positively. But psychologists well, anyway, in my view of what modern psychologists, their problem is they don't know that human beings have free will. They think that the use of heuristics is just another deterministic process, and that when a human uses a heuristic, they're basically forced to believe what they come up with, and they just believe it willy-nilly. And of course, heuristic reasoning frequently leads to error. Very commonly leads to error. It doesn't have to.
I like what you said there, Lee.
Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, I like what you said there when you said that heuristics is irrational. I didn't quite hear what you said after that, but
yeah,
I think you're implying that
it's irrational if applied unthinkingly, and if you just accept the results unthinkingly.
Right.
But as applied by a skilled thinker who has free will and can use judgment, they're extremely, very, very valuable. And the mathematician George Polya wrote a nice book called How to Solve It. That's basically an account of various heuristics and how to apply them to various kinds of problems. And it's extremely useful stuff.
So you believe free will is part of the product?
Free will is part of the product. I would have said part of the process, but maybe both.
Or I don't believe in free will.
I think degrees of freedom is a better problem. Did you choose your belief, or was it forced upon you by your environment and your your?
I didn't choose my belief. It's a realization that I realized once I was kind of exposed to the concept.
You're talking about free will?
Correct. Well, that's what you asked me.
I think I was actually directing my little barb at Io, who's one of the moons of. He's one of the moons. What is Io? Anyway, I was directing it at the determinist view that free will doesn't exist. You have to ask the determinist. Do you believe that free will doesn't exist because of your toilet training, because of the way your parents brought you up, because of your socioeconomic strata, because of genes? The problem with determinism as an epistemological theory is that whatever you believe it, whether the evidence supports it or not. You have to believe what you believe. So it is a self-contradictory. Determinism is actually a self-contradictory.
No, it actually is. Well, do you believe you choose? Do you choose your beliefs?
No, you caught me there. I do not believe you choose your beliefs. What you do is you choose to use the evidence, the available evidence. You can't choose your beliefs because beliefs are what are contrary to the notion of stories. Beliefs are true or false completely.
So then, if
you choose to follow the evidence, you do not choose your beliefs.
Correct. So what evidence would you say follows to support free will?
Oh well, one is the argument I just gave that shows the determinism. I gave a very brief form of it.
No, because all you did.
But that's one argument.
From what I heard is you asked rhetorical questions regarding toilet training and so on. You didn't really explain anything. So to me, that wasn't an argument. That was just
I'm just trying to illustrate the point, and of course, it's a point.
But
to make
that has nothing to do.
Would take me a long time. But
I understand that.
The point I'm trying to illustrate by that is that if you're a determinist, if you are consistently a believer in determinism, then you have to believe that that there are causes for your beliefs, and that you have to believe what you believe, no matter what those causes are. So,
I would say it differently. You have no choice. It's not that you have to believe it. Having to believe something is kind of phrased interesting to me. I have no choice to believe the conclusion of my reasoning. Like, so if I
would put that. Now you're getting.
Hold on one second, please.
Go ahead.
Hold on one second. So no worries. So like, when I'm exposed to information, let's just say that supports determinism, right?
Yeah.
And it makes sense to me. I didn't choose anything to make sense to me. It therefore clicked in my head, and from that point on, it's kind of like, wow, I see things differently that I hadn't seen before. Just like you expose the bias, like now that I'm able to see, like, oh shit, there's an error in the system, I can't unring that bell, so much so to where even if you ask the question again in a different format or with a different person, it's going to be affected in some way. So the fact that you have exposure to certain things and you come out with a conclusion, even if it's tentative, right? Because tomorrow I could be introduced to this free will argument that you might produce, and I might be convinced then. Bottom line is, once evidence is, air quote evidence, is put forward, how I interpret the evidence, the conclusion is not my choice. I don't choose the conclusion of my reasoning.
Yeah. I agree with you totally there. The way I would put it is that you have, if you're determined, if you believe, if determinism were true, you would have no choice in the causes of your beliefs. And the causes of your beliefs could be toilet training, environments,
it could be anything. It could be anything.
It could be anything, and things that are irrelevant to the truth of the assertion. On the other hand, let me just finish this. If free will is true, you have choice about on what causes your beliefs. You can choose to follow the evidence. That's what you can choose. You cannot choose the belief because that the evidence leads to, because the evidence, by logic, leads to a particular answer, and you can't choose that. But you can choose to follow the evidence or not. And if you don't choose to follow the evidence, which unfortunately a lot of people don't, then you're.
What do you mean by what do you mean by choose to follow? So for example,
I'll give you an example. The most famous the most well-known and probably most common cognitive bias is confirmation bias, whereby you simply look at the things that confirm what you already, are consistent with what you already believe. I think that is a strong automatic tendency in human beings to do that. That's a very strong, and cognitive psychologists have just are beside themselves about how important that bias is in human, and in fact, almost that you can't. If you listen to Daniel Kahneman's interviews, he will say you can't even do anything about it. He says, I've been studying this stuff for years, and I still make the mistakes. I've seen him say that several times in interviews. But the fault in that is that if you have free will, which I do, you can choose to look for disconfirming evidence. You can choose you can choose consciously to go against confirmation bias, and that's to go against what comes automatically to your mind. So that's the difference. That's why a person with free will can have knowledge, and if there were such a thing, a determined human being, knowledge would actually be impossible to that person because it
actually wouldn't. Okay, and here's why it wouldn't. Because the ability.
Well, something happened there. I guess he had to. That was determined. He had to go. But he'll be back in a minute, I hope. I really want to hear his comment, although I think I know what it is, but I want to hear it. But I guess he has to. He's determined.
Isn't that confirmation bias?
Yeah, it is. I guess. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it could be. We'll find out. I'm open to it. We'll see.
By the way, what's the name of the room? Meaning of the name? Street Epistemology.
Epistemology? Yeah, I can do that. I guess because the author is gone, so I'll take. Epistemology is the branch of philosophy that studies how we know things. You could say, some philosophers might say it includes the question of do we know anything, but I don't consider that a valid question myself. I don't think you can even formulate that question if you don't know anything. So it's the question of how we know. How is it possible to have knowledge? What are the standards we use to discriminate knowledge from non-knowledge? Those are the basic epistemology questions. It's about knowledge. It's a fundamental study of
That's
knowledge.
something profound, yeah. So, but I think that we do not really know anything, but we come across things. That could be one way to look at it.
But could I give you the standard come back to that, which is considered flip, but it's just still true? If you say we don't know anything, how do you know that?
Yeah,
how can you know that? How can you possibly know that if you deny the possibility of knowledge? Why the most consistent person in history who came to the conclusion that you can't know anything? Well, he actually was that he can't. No, he says can't know anything. He just sat silent for 25 years, and I think that is the most consistent thing you can do if you come to the conclusion that we don't know anything. It was a disciple of Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher, who said everything was change. And when his disciples realized, if everything's changing all the time, we don't really know anything, and if we don't really know anything, we can't really say anything. So he stopped talking. There's a man of his word, or here's something. Yes, sir.
I have a suggestion. Why not just ask Mike how he knows about determinism?
Well,
that's what I would do.
It's the same. It's the same issue.
It's very easy. It's not about what you. It's not about what you know. It's about what convinces you. Confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias, in my opinion, actually proves it, because the ability to show
or it actually proves what? Proves what?
It shows that you have no choice but to accept what you interpret or the conclusion of your interpretation. So let's just say
with that. I agree
hold on. Okay, so here's the point. Exposing yourself to a confirmation bias, right? And the conclusion of what you're exposed to, is that your choice? Is that realization a choice?
No, your choice is
you're saying the choice is whether you want to look to see if there's a confirmation bias. Like meaning, hey, here's evidence that shows you X, and as far as I know, you're saying some people don't want to look at the evidence, right? They could be,
they just accept whatever comes to their mind.
Correct. They accept it and they just refuse to look at anything else because for whatever reason.
The person with free will goes beyond the automatic. Goes beyond.
No, but here's the thing: you don't have. It doesn't prove that there's free will, because the very fact is this: the fact that when you read something and you're convinced by that something, you can't be anything but convinced, whether you verbally say it or not. So if I expose that you have a confirmation bias, you can verbally say, no, you didn't do it. But in your head, whatever you read made sense to you. And from that point on, which wasn't your choice, you're going to look at the world and possibly make decisions based off of that thing that you didn't have responsibility or you weren't controlled for anyways.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. If you have an experience in the world, you rather quickly learn that any conclusions you make are made within a particular context of knowledge. They are not made. No human being is omniscient. Well, maybe you are. Well, I sure as hell I'm not. And I know I make mistakes. So I know even when I arrive at a conclusion, and even when I have the conviction of certainty, I know it is possible that there's some knowledge out there I haven't taken into account, and there is possibility of error. So I'm not going to be just sitting there passively. I know from experience that if all my evidence that I've just found,
that has nothing to do with it, though, because if I asked, that has nothing to do with it. Because if I asked you, could you think of it any other way? Could you think that you have all the evidence? You would say no. You would say no.
But it's not just. Let's take the confirmation bias case. So I arrived at a conclusion, but that's what automatically popped into my head was this conclusion. And it's consistent with the evidence that I've become aware of up to that point. But I would notice, because I've experienced with this, I noticed that all the evidence that came to me automatically, all of it, was confirming evidence. And I know that there's a tendency in the human mind not to look automatically for disconfirmation. That would motivate me to choose, because I have to choose to do it because the automatic processes don't do it. I have to choose to look for disconfirming evidence, and I do that all the time. But I have to choose to do it. Now, I don't choose. You are absolutely right. You don't choose the conclusion, but you do have to realize that any conclusion you make is not necessarily the end of the story.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it is.
So therefore, there is room for me to choose. But your
room for you to choose is because you've been exposed in your life to understand that your positions should remain tentative because you don't know all things.
Yeah, that's
somehow,
right.
some way. Okay,
free
so
will
somehow,
no,
that's not free will though. That's not free will. What I would say it is that you've been exposed to a certain amount of evidence to lead you to the position to no matter what you've been exposed to, you're always going to leave more room for something else, and nothing.
But that doesn't happen automatically.
It doesn't matter automatic has nothing to do with determinism. It's the fact
it has a lot to do with determinism.
No, or maybe it does, but it doesn't have all things. But here's the thing: the question is this: could somebody convince you that you know all things?
No, because
exactly because what you've been exposed to in the past.
Not true.
Because, hold on. Because what you've been exposed to in the past has led you to a point to where you are at this point convinced that nothing is able to show you otherwise. That wasn't your choice. That's not a choice in your head to even think that way. Otherwise, the answer could have been yes, Mike.
Yeah, but
I've already. Hold on. I'm almost done. No. I'm because what I'm doing is I'm peeling the onion back a little deeper. No matter what, the fact that you're at a position to where you are more open and you hold tentative positions, you came to that position by previous experiences in life, and it was so impactful to you that regardless if you wanted to or not, you can't come to make your brain think that you know all things, even if you wanted to. Even if you will.
I've agreed to this several times. It has nothing to do with the fact that free will is not the choice to believe something. Free will is the choice to attend to something, to direct attention to an object of attention which otherwise would have disappeared from consciousness. I strongly recommend anyone who's interested in this to read the book, a chapter on will by William James, the great American psychologist.
Let me
just give the reference, and then I'll let you back. The book's called Talks to Teachers, and there's a chapter on will. It's the best chapter on that subject ever.
Great,
it's fabulous, and and it can be gotten for free on the internet.
Great, and here's what I will do. Here's the trade. Read the book Free Will by Sam Harris.
I read Sam Harris, and he's full of baloney.
Okay, but that's not. You have no choice. But here's the funny thing: you have no choice. But you have no choice. That's your position. You didn't choose that position.
That's my.
You went in.
What do I have to do? I've agreed with you now 5 times that you don't choose.
You have no
I've
choice,
agreed with you over and over again, and yet
you have no choice. Yeah, because I don't understand. Because you know what's funny is that
I don't need that point.
What do you mean? It's not that way. Well, then why do you keep assuming that? Because your actions or I guess you could say your non-automatic choice-making process has anything to do with determinism or free will. The fact is this, is that we accept our world based off of small truths or truths that come about things to allow us to understand how the world operates and so on. You don't have a choice when it comes down to you don't choose your positions or your conclusions.
Look, I've agreed with this now 6 times.
No,
and you keep repeating it. Wait a minute. Don't repeat it again. Don't repeat it again. No, don't. I've agreed to this position.
Why? Then where's the disagreement? Then where's the disagreement? One more time.
I'll tell you again. Okay. It has nothing to do with choosing belief, which I agree. We do not.
Oh my God! Stop saying that for 6 times. Stop saying that. Just tell me what.
Because you keep doing it over again.
Okay.
All right.
What the agreement is.
So here it is. What we choose is we choose to attend to some object of thought that otherwise automatically and deterministically would have disappeared from our minds.
I have no idea what that means. Give me an example of what that means.
The disconfirming and affirming evidence thing is pretty good.
I don't even know what that means. Give me a hypothetical.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you something else. I'll give you something.
Okay.
Just let me. It'll take a moment here. I used
sure
this. This is the thing that pops into my mind, so I'm going automatically.
Did you choose to just pop into your mind?
Well, I rely partly on what pops into my mind if it's good, but I have to make judgment, and judgment is volitional. So here's an example. It's a simple example.
Choose what's good?
No.
Exactly. No, you don't choose what pops in your mind. You don't choose what's good.
Yeah.
So tell me what you think. Go ahead.
I'll give you this example. Let's see. Let me think. I got to think for a moment because I have to organize it. So I have a spelling task for you. It's very easy. All you have to do is say the word. You don't have to. Oh, by the way, you don't have to say it. The people here, nobody has to actually say it. You just have to think the word. Just think the answer. All right. I'm asking to give you this task. You have to think the answer. That's all you have to do. It's a very easy task because I'm going to do the spelling. You just have to think the word. Okay. So I got to think for one more second before I do this. Oh man. Okay. So here's the question. What does C-O-A-S-T spell? C-O-A-S-T. Just think of the answer. And what do you put in a toaster? Give me a quick answer. What do you put in a toaster?
Bread.
Okay. A lot of people are going to say, in their minds, they're going to say toast. And that's the people I want to talk to. So I'm sorry, Mike. I guess you'll have to imagine that you said toast for this.
Toast.
Anyway, a lot of people, a piece of toast pops into their heads when
I almost went toast.
Okay, so then the fact is, I find that whenever I put crumpets, of course we have Brits here, so there's going to be crumpets too,
or Pop-Tarts.
Or Pop-Tarts or anything else. But I did the coast thing in order to encourage because brains like rhymes. It's a part of the neural circuitry. Rhyming is in your neural circuitry. So anyway, I encouraged automatically. So I encourage that. Some of you got a piece of toast anyway. But if you did, of course, the fact is, I find that when I put a piece of toast in my toaster, which I never do, but if I did, it would be burned. It'd come out burned because it's already cooked. So the answer is, as Mike said, the actual answer is bread. Now that's an example of what I'd call brain over mind, automatic processes, deterministic automatic processes. This time, for those of you who got a piece of toast, on this question, I want you to exert a little mental effort, which is the essence of free will, by the way, exerting mental effort, and be a little bit introspective, which is very intrinsic to the proper use. Introspection is really intrinsic to the proper use of free will. So try to be a little, and this is a primitive example, by the way, a very primitive example.
So when you say try, right? The amount of effort, is that their choice?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
You can exert.
I want to touch on that later.
Let me finish the example. You wanted an example?
No. I just want to put a bookmark in that little word try.
All right, but you got to let me do the example.
Okay, I apologize.
Then you can come after me afterwards. So let's see. So again, it's the same task. It's a spelling task. It's an easy spelling task. I will spell the word, and all you guys have to do is think of it. So any of you who are behaviorists out there can just you don't get to play because you don't have minds. But those of you who can think of things and have minds, please think of the answer to this question. What does? Oh, and remember, wait a minute. I got to reiterate the advice because I think I should. This time, if you got toast last time, this time I'd like you to exert a little mental effort, slow things down. That's mainly the essence of mental focus is slowness. So and slowness is, as you will see, is volitional. Slow things down. Don't race past. Don't let the thing race past your mind too quickly. Everything's fast. This time, before you think of the answer, to the second question. Before you think of it, make sure that it actually answers the question that I asked. So and mainly it's just slowing down, but make sure that it actually answers the question I asked. So here's the question, the spelling question. What does S-I-L-K spell? S-I-L-K. And what do cows drink? Quick answer. What do cows drink?
Water.
Well, I shouldn't have told you quick answer. That was contradictory, I guess. But what do cows drink? Well, if you said milk, which you shouldn't have this time. I've tried to imagine this. I mean, I'm sure you guys mostly have seen a cow in your life. Those things are huge, those cows. And I've tried to imagine a cow milking itself, and I can't make that work. So what do cows drink? Of course, they drink water. Now, if you said toast the first time, and if you said water the second time, that is a primitive but telling example of the difference between deterministic and automatic and volitional functioning. The second time you exerted the mental effort necessary to slow things down. You didn't have to do it. You can choose to do it or choose not to do it. It's not automatic. Now, somebody could argue this deterministic, but there's absolutely zero evidence of that fact. And it really is in contradiction to your retrospective evidence. And furthermore, it contradicts the argument I gave earlier about determinism. So that's an example. Mike, take it away.
Okay, so I appreciate that. All you did was expose an approach as to how to see things. And it's kind of like it gives people a kind of a new perspective as to how to come to a conclusion, right? So you fed them information to assist their conclusions. You also use the words try, which is very interesting, right? Because try resorts to effort. Yes, correct. Which is what? Do you determine how hard you try?
Yes.
Okay. How do you come to that?
Because I can sit here right now and I can decide to pay attention to what you're saying, or I can decide not to. And on every instant of my life, I can exert the mental effort of attention. Your ability
to decide whether you want to pay attention to me or not, right? Is one thing within your perspective, right? The question is, why would you do that? Why would you want to do that? It's because something within you is trying to kind of motivating you to do that, correct?
Well, I can have motivations, but they're not necessitating. There is no, and I will repeat, there is zero evidence.
I understand
necessitating
that.
Listen, the choice to exert mental effort.
Oh my God. I understand that. You don't have to listen. I'm not a fucking person that even looks into evidence. I'm just talking here. So when it comes to clinical stuff, you got me. I'm not reading papers.
I'm an evidence guy.
Okay, great. But the thing is that I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but your form of evidence to show that free will exists was not convincing at all. Now, was it because I thought? Well, hold on. Was it because I thought like fast and slow is a comparative word, right? Effort is subjective, correct?
The word subjective is you're going to bring us in other territory.
No, I'm not. Okay, sorry. The word.
Anyway, this brings us other territory, but I'm glad to go.
No. Okay, great. So let
me answer your.
I'm not asking you. Okay.
No, you brought up a new point, and I need to explain it so you'll get it. The word subjective has two entirely different meanings, and people equivocate on them, all right? Subjective can mean coming from your consciousness.
Okay.
So I'm the subject, and the thing I see is the other word of subjective is coming from your feelings without regard to evidence. Those are two different things, and you should not confuse them. Okay. Yes, what I said is subjective in sense one only. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm asking about the word effort. Correct? That's all I'm saying. Is effort subjective? Meaning, can I try hard and it seem not hard to someone else?
No. I mean, I don't know what you mean by it, because my trying is not the subject of
let me ask you this.
My trying is known only to me.
Okay. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Do you believe that everybody has a breaking point when it comes to certain things?
All right, are you going to let me answer or not?
I will let you answer, yeah.
Okay, so I have to think about this. What was the question again?
Do you think people have breaking points?
As a generality, I mean, in particular cases, certainly, if I get captured and we're on the same army, you and I are in the same army, and I get captured, I recommend that you change your hiding place instantly because I hate pain and I will break immediately. So
correct.
Yes, but as a generality, I don't know what that means.
Okay,
specific
fine.
cases, of course, yes.
All right, so let's try to keep this short because, I don't know how much time I have with my kid. So basically, people have breaking points based off of tolerance. No matter how hard one tries, we could agree that some people can be more resilient than others, correct?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Okay, so effort is contingent to the person that seems to be most resilient, right?
By what I think you mean by that, no, I would say no. I would say, no. I'd put it this way. Free will and mental effort are not unlimited capacities. You cannot just choose to be anything you want. You cannot.
I didn't say that. You're trying to anticipate what I'm. You're trying to. No. Because you're trying to. I didn't ask you a question. Oh my God! But you just say things that are not relevant. Okay, go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
I have to be able to finish, or there's no point in talking if I can't. I'm trying to answer you.
Well, I don't know why you're saying this.
You can object to my answer. You can object to my answer.
You're not even answering. You just want to talk right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. What was the question? Just by the way, because I forgot. What was the question?
You raised the question, not me.
I know. You're answering the question. What did I ask you?
You're confusing. You tell me if you want to, but it was something.
So you forgot. You forgot.
No.
Just like I did. You forgot.
Jesus.
I just said I forgot.
Jesus,
I said I forgot.
Amen. Christ. Let me answer.
I forgot. Okay, so what did I ask you? I need to know what you're answering right now.
I guess.
What did I ask you?
I think I'd better stop because if I'm not
allowed to give, bro. That's a cop out.
Let me.
I didn't ask you a question.
Mike, calm down.
Can somebody help me out then? Because I need to know what I asked to know what he's answering.
Yeah. You should know yourself what you asked.
Finish their whole statements. You both keep interrupting each other. So let one finish.
This is not symmetrical though. I can't give an answer. So let's see if I can reconstruct. I don't know anymore because we've gone past it.
You also don't choose what you forget too, right?
That's true. See, you have to understand the point that I made, which is that free will is not an unlimited capacity to do anything in the world. It has a definite, limited context of what it can do. And remembering everything is not one of the things that you can do by free will. You can bring things to mind from memory by volition. You can do that. But there are things that you try to, in fact, sometimes there are cases where trying actually stops you from remembering something. So I'm not saying free will is some unlimited power, that the superpower that lets you do anything in the world. What it lets you do is lets you attend to something, hold attention to an object where that attention would otherwise have disappeared, and that has extremely important consequences.
Okay, so I don't know why you said that because I never assumed that you thought that, which was my whole point. So anyways, like I was saying, so far we have at least somewhat of an agreement that we have breaking points and certain people, right, tend to be more resilient than other people, correct?
I would agree to that, yes.
Okay, so do you choose your level, your potential capacity? Do you choose the capacity of your intellect?
No. Okay. I never said that. I've explained.
I didn't say that you did. Jesus.
Okay,
I'm asking you a question.
And wait a minute. Why can't you let me answer the question?
You already did.
Why do you not let me answer the question?
You already did. Didn't you say no?
No. I was trying. I was in the middle of answering it, and you
Go ahead.
Hold your objection until I'm done.
Go ahead. There was no objection. I agree with you.
Done. Okay. So I said, free will is not unlimited. It's not a matter. It does not include choosing your intellectual potential. That is at least, let's say, some considerable. According to the research, it's like about half a function of the genetics of your brain. So whatever. Anyway, we don't choose that. We choose what I said we choose: mental effort, and to hold something in mind longer than it would otherwise have been in there. Now, that has consequences for cognitive functioning, but it's not choosing to be more intelligent. It doesn't work that way. Over time, I think you get more intelligent by exerting free will.
Lee, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
It's very, very difficult to follow the conversation back and forth between you two unless
I don't doubt that.
Unless you give shorter answers to questions and then don't go off into sidebars explaining things. Because otherwise it's get really difficult for the rest of us to listen. So I think you should just assume good faith in the conversation and give short answers for both.
I'll shorten them up as much as I can.
And also, if you could repeat the claim also, like both of you, because I think we're losing in the the argument details of the argument. But I think, as I understood, your initial claim was like you can, through the argument of free will, you can prove that there is no determinism. Is that true?
You're talking to me, is that right, Shivam?
Yeah. Because that's what I thought.
I think that the argument I gave was an argument that determinism is false.
Yeah, right. And I think that's where the problem, the mic is, as I understood, is creating, not in the, if we have the option to choose or not, because this is a big claim of like, that you can prove that there is no determinism, because there's always an argument from that side, from the deterministic side, which can just falsify like all the argument you give. So I feel like it's very difficult to prove from either side.
Difficult, but not impossible.
Because there's always, in the end, there's an argument from deterministic side, right? Like, oh, it was like, you're determined to have these beliefs, like, of free will, and you do those things, and like, because I feel like it's very difficult, it's kind of like impossible to prove from either side, because each side has the last argument, which kind of like, yeah, I don't...
No, I agree. I agree that it might be. I'm not necessarily trying to prove it, like, I'm not here to try to prove to the world that free will exists. But right now we're having a conversation on our own personal perspectives. And that's really what I'm like. I'm sure everyone or people that have different perspectives might have different ways to approach certain things. So based off of what he was saying so far, right, I'm just saying, like, it's not convincing to me. And he gave this hypothetical or these toast, milk, water example as a way to showing that if you think slowly or with more effort, right, you're exercising free will. But my point in asking the question in regards to choosing the level of intellect, right, choosing how resilient you are or a breaking point was to say that sometimes, no matter how slow you think, no matter how hard you think or try, no matter how much effort you put in, you still have no choice but to understand or not understand. The conclusion is always going to be the case regardless of what you want it to be. So if he asked a question, and for example, we put a lot of effort into the bread toast analogy. We thought really slowly. Does that mean that if we came up with the wrong answer, we didn't think deeply enough, slowly enough, or could you still come out with the wrong answer regardless of all of his coaching? The answer is yes. And the reason why is because sometimes people don't understand things. You don't choose your level of intellect. No matter how hard you want to be smart at something,
let's have a short answer.
You're right. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So I basically, again, I've agreed to this, and I will just add one thing, though. Yes, you can always, you do not choose your conclusions, and your conclusions can be mistaken. But if you have free will, you have the power to correct your mistakes, which is what the determinist is missing.
How do you know it's correct?
Well, that's a discipline called logic.
Correct.
You do that, and if you do that correct, now you can make mistakes there too, but you can identify those mistakes.
So mistakes
are in principle correctable.
So the ability to identify them comes from being exposed to the correct information, right?
Be exposed. Well, you might discover it on your own, but generally that's right. Again, I don't think I have to just say. I'm going to be brief. Free will is not an unlimited capacity.
I don't think it is. I'm just saying that
you have to know something about logic, for example.
Correct. And once you know something about logic, whether you agree with it or do you have a choice whether you agree with what logic? Is that your choice?
Well, for the 50th time, I said I've agreed that the choice is you cannot choose what you believe.
Okay,
choice is in the realm of attention, not belief.
So here's what I'm saying.
Hold that in mind.
So here's what I'm saying then, is that when you have this ability to find the correct answer, right, it's assuming that you're choosing whether something is correct or not. I'm saying once you realize the answer was wrong or correct, you don't have any choice but to accept what you've realized. You don't choose what you realize. You, in a weird way, this is going to sound weird, you only realize what you realize, and then you move from there. You can't unring that bell. So if I expose to you an error in your logic, whether, like I said, it's not up to you whether you choose to accept that or not. It's either going to make sense to your mind or
how
it's
many
not.
times do you want to say this point? It's where when you're going over it, I've agreed to this point. What I don't agree to is that that's what free will is about. Free will is about attention. So in the case where let me give you another example. Not an example, but an
I think
illustration.
both of you are talking past each other, and it's hurting the conversation.
I don't think so, because I think it's
no. Maybe he's right. And let's get other people in then. I mean,
yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I was a determinist once, right? And what I realized is I couldn't justify my determinism. There was no way I could prove it. There was no causal chain I could show that where I started from premises of some self-evident nature that I could then come to the conclusion or what's the word? I'm trying to think when you could see evidence of your sentences to get to the conclusion of determinism. And I realized that people who had that conclusion could never justify it. It's a dead end. You want to be a skeptic, that's your choice, but you can't be a determinist.
Yeah, but you just said you realized. Like, what made you realize that?
Through the effort of going, okay, how do I prove this? And when I tried the effort, and then I looked around at other arguments, I realized David Hume was right. There's no way to prove it.
There is no way to prove it. There's David Hume. There's no way to prove that, correct?
That's what I'm saying. I agree with David.
So you're saying you agree with David Hume. So you're saying that you, at one point, were exposed to some form of information, and from that, you were convinced, right?
Certainly, I thought about it myself, and then I thought about David Hume's argument, and I realized he was right.
Well, I know you thought about yourself. Of course, you are you. But I'm saying that once you were exposed to a certain type of information, it was effective enough to where it changed your mind, even though you were sitting on the other side of the fence.
Oh, that's good. That's good. The mere exposure. Well, go ahead, Tom. But
what I want to emphasize is I'm also a logician, and I think most of logic is absolutely worthless because they started from the wrong premises. The question is, no one introduced me to that. I came up with that by myself.
How did you come up with that by yourself?
Because I realized they, for example, say
you realized.
Yes,
Did you choose what you realized?
Well, what you're saying is that I'm getting...
What I'm saying? I asked you a question.
Let me just understand you. I'm trying to understand you. You're trying to say that I'm getting exposed to people's ideas, or what? What am I getting exposed to?
I'm saying that you are exposed to something. From whatever it is, it allows you to realize something that you didn't notice or know before. You didn't choose, I'm saying this, you didn't choose what you realized. It was once you were exposed to it, it made sense to you in a certain way, not by your choice. It was just the way your brain interpreted that, and you came out with a position. Okay. That's all I'm saying. That, to me, is not a choice.
That's
fine. I'm glad you used the word exposed, Mike, because that's very revealing.
Let's say that's right. Let's say you're completely right. So what you're saying is, do you know about determinism or not?
So what I'm saying is what?
Do you agree, do you accept as knowledge that determinism is correct, or are you a skeptic?
I'm both a skeptic and a determinist.
So you agree that you have knowledge of determinism?
Yes.
Okay, how did you arrive at that?
Because once being exposed to information, I then realized certain things that then set me to the position that I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, now I want to jump in right here. I want to jump in because I love it that he brought in the word exposed here, because that exposes the weakness in this whole thing. The mere fact that you're exposed to some idea somehow does not entail that you will take that idea seriously in your thinking. If you've ever taught students, I don't know if you ever have, you will know that you can expose students to all kinds of stuff, but they might not get it at all. The mere exposure doesn't do it.
Tom and Mike were having a good back and forth, and you had a good old crack at talking to Mike. Can you leave it to them two for a minute?
I had to get in on that exposure thing. I had to, because it's a key admission by Mike that, in my opinion, completely destroys his point.
Well, I'm sorry, brother. Do you really or wanted to? But great. But it's good if Tom. Can we give Tom a bit of time?
Sure.
Yeah. So, did you want to add something, Mike?
I got stuck on Tom's analogy, but go ahead and say what you said last, bro. I forgot what you said. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, have you got a proof that you can write out to say that determinism is true, or an argument of some sort?
No. When like I said, when it comes down to proof, I'm not here even trying to prove this to the world. I'm having a conversation with people that apparently have opposite perspectives, and right now we're exchanging ideas why we don't see the world or ourselves or the way our mind works the way we do. And we're providing examples and so on. I'm not trying to destroy your argument or anything like that. I'm just necessarily exchanging, like I said, references. And all I'm saying is this, as far as how I've been exposed and so far have I realized, I didn't choose my parents. I didn't choose how tall I am. I didn't choose my genetics. I didn't choose what year I was born, my gender, and so on.
We agree.
So from the very foundation, those things have a lot to do with how we respond to the world. So, for example, I'm 5'9". If I was 6'7", I'll probably be a different person, right? I'm thin-built, right? Or muscular-built, right? If I was built in different ways, I might respond in different ways. So the foundation from the very get-go has a lot to do with me being a different person than who I am today. Now, when it comes down to go ahead.
But you've admitted you don't have an argument to support that.
Well, my argument is just that. I'm putting forward an argument. Well, I'm putting forward my reasoning as to why I feel the way I feel.
But we agree that you know all those things, but we're talking about the mind and the conclusion.
No, here's what I'm saying. What I'm explaining is contributing to the mindset. So, for example, do you agree that how tall are you, for example?
Well, I was 6'1.5". I'm shrinking.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I think we all are, actually. Do you agree if you were 4'11", you would have a different personality?
It might have affected the fact that kids would have probably bullied me more in school. That might have set me on a different trajectory. Sure.
For sure, right? And so what I'm saying is this, is that do you agree that if you were born a female, you might have a different personality?
Like I say, I can't really imagine being a female, so I don't know what it's like. But I mean, I certainly
just play the game. Just play the game to the best of your ability.
Yeah. Would I be the person I am now if things had been different in the past? I mean, how do I know? I can't really say what I mean, there would be slight changes, I'm sure, but how much change? Who knows? I mean, really.
Okay, fair enough. That's what you want to get. So here's my point: is that from before conception, right? We didn't choose our parents, even, right? So the time so the time that we're born, we agree that those things can contribute to who we become. Do you agree to that?
Certainly can. I mean, certainly if I had a different mental capacity, that would affect what potential I could have.
And my question is this: do you believe that we had a choice in that?
No, of course we didn't have a choice.
Okay,
where we're born.
So this is why I was getting at earlier. This is what I'm saying when we're talking about argument. I'm saying this is my reasoning. So from the very get-go, there was already no choice. You're put here the way you are with functions and potential functions, right? Potential, meaning that even if you have a series of potentials, you have a limited amount of potentials, and those potentials have capacities. All of those things are not your choice.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Okay, so perfect. We're in agreement, and I like this so far. So here's an example. Let's just say you and I are in the same car, and you're sitting in the driver's seat, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat, or vice versa, and we're at an intersection. Do you think what stands out to me will stand out to you?
Certainly we could have different perspectives on focus on different things.
Correct. Well, I'm saying, do you think what I notice is what you would notice?
Yeah, we could certainly be interested in different things.
Okay. Now, do you think we choose what we notice?
The evidence seems to be that is probably all run automatically. Like it's all on your brain doing that.
So probably not. Then you're saying no. You're saying at least to some extent, the answer is no. There's no choice.
Yeah, the best evidence we have is just like Lee said. Most of the things we think we would ever have choice about, it's all like an automata, right? It's not decided by us.
Okay, so then I think we're kind of flowing really smoothly. So from my perspective, is this: we are born a certain way, right? Responding where we are consistently responding to outside stimulus. The outside stimulus, the area that we're born in, was also not our choice. So we're born a certain way, and we're also put in a world that operates a certain way, which we have no choice. We have no choice both from these two things. From there, go ahead. Do you want to say something?
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. From there, we don't choose our potential level of intellect. We don't choose necessarily what immediately stands out to us. And these two things have a lot to do with decision-making, right? So to me, if we don't choose our potential functions and the capacity to our potential functions, and we don't choose the world as far the world that we live in, how it operates, right, altogether, I'm saying that we're consistently responding to things the way we would no matter how hard we tried otherwise.
I would say most of the decisions we make in life are such. They're predetermined because that's the way all our previous experiences and, for me, choices led to that. But it's not that all the choices I couldn't call them all choices, but all the actions you take are predetermined. And the ones I'll give you to, as I'm trying to explain, is that I once was a determinist, and then I realized there's really no argument for it, because how do you contrast determinism with anything else? Because you've got no contrast. It has to be either self-evident or you're just making it a hypothesis, which is fine. You can make it a hypothesis, but agree it's a hypothesis, and that's it. But you really don't have any grounding for it.
So then what's the default position? Or are you saying that determinism...
It could either be a complete skeptic and say it may be I'm going to use it as a hypothesis, or whatever hypothesis you want to come up with. You could come up with a indeterministic hypothesis if you wanted to. But you don't have a proof, so it's like you've got to have at least a contrast to your determinism.
I understand that, but I'm saying, so you have, let's just say there's a few options, right? And I believe that these options can be based off of like human constructs. So if you have determinism and free will, right? Yeah. Are you saying that free will is the default position?
I'm saying you have to be able to grasp both contrasting aspects. One, that there's parts of you that are predeterministic and you have no control over indirectly. You can indirectly change your personality, but it takes a lot of effort of those choice of focus to lead you to be a different person. But you can't do it there's no shortcut, and in many cases you can't change things like we agreed on. You can't change who your parents are. You can't change your potential if you've got a mental limitation of some sort. There's a whole bunch of things you can't change. But once you have the ability to have free will, you can influence how your brain will then respond in automatic ways.
How do you know which is influencing you?
Well, because you do try to say to yourself, well, see, I'm sleepy. I can try to stay awake, but at a certain point, either you're going to kill yourself or you're going to go to fall asleep. So there's nothing much. So there's like these experiences you have, and you start realizing, okay, what do I have direct choice over? And it's like you do have direct choice of essentially, in a way, focusing on things, which can lead to perceptual focus, but that's not a directing. You don't directly control perceptual focus. You can interrupt a causal chain of action because you can say, well, my hand was heading for the coffee, but I realized I really didn't need that coffee, so I'm going to interrupt.
No, but right there. But then I realized I didn't need the coffee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You interrupt the motion. The motion has already begun.
No, but the motion was interrupted by realization, not by a choice.
Well, but what I'm trying to say is in any case, that might be right. I don't know exactly, but the thing is, it's already in play. Like your automatic systems are already reaching for your cup of coffee. You don't choose that, but you can interrupt it. And you're probably right. Maybe even that is predetermined, but it's the focus that you have on realizing that your action is such that would do that. If you didn't have that focus, you couldn't start that chain of events that then leads you to stop moving. But certainly it's the focus on, for example, what you will think about, how deeply you'll think about it, and how much time you'll take in it. Those are all done. And the reason they're done is because you have a limited lifetime. And you can't just focus on just anything you want. So you have to make that choice. How much time and effort do I take in deciding how I can solve this or whatever, thing you're working on, whether you're trying to remember something. At the point you go, well, this is a lost cause, or I've got other things that are important to change to. That can never be predeterministic. There's no way that you will ever encode in a computer some way that it will say, well, what's the value of this knowledge? It can't know. There's nothing that's in the code that will say some future accumulation of knowledge is worth.
Yes, that's not true at all. The game of chess does that. It understands and it gets better by it. They have AI chess playing to where it gets better as it continues to play, and that means that there is value in knowledge from previous games.
Well, it is gaining from experience. I have no problem with that. What I mean
it experiences the knowledge that it's getting from other games.
And it's, I mean, we could call it experience, but through previous games, it can certainly modify its I don't want to call it choices, but it's running on the particular, in this case, the chess problem. But the thing is, if you try to code into that program and said, well, you have to acquire knowledge of some other thing, the chess program is completely useless in many cases in trying to understand.
Well, if you paint anything, if you paint anything to that limitation, then you're setting up a hypothetical to support what you're saying. But the fact is that we do have computer systems that understand things better from previous games. Meaning, as it's exposed to more knowledge, right? It actually does better in the future based off of previous information. So it is making value judgments. I mean, chess pieces have values to it, and that's what's making it do.
And there you have it. As I understand, the room actually lasted about 12 hours. So you'll have to use your imagination to know the rest of the story. Like I said, we've been having these Clubhouse discussions at noon on Saturdays, Pacific time. And we have several special guests lined up. So join the conversation. And until next time, keep asking questions.